for a Battlefield 6. EA, we're begging, please don't break our hearts with tricks. Grab your controllers, let's hope for the best. We're pleading for a game that stands above the rest. Oh, Battlefield 6, we're counting on you. EA, your last games left us feeling so blue. Battlefield 4 had bugs that made us sigh. Crashes and glitches brought tears to our eyes. Battlefield 2042, oh, what went wrong? No scoreboard, no spirit, it didn't belong. We want epic battles, tanks that roar and boom. Please, EA, don't lock it all behind the paywall's gloom. This is our plea for Battlefield 6. EA, we're begging, don't repeat those old tricks. No pricey loot boxes, no greedy schemes. Give us a game that fulfills our dreams. We want a war that feels alive and grand. Battlefield 6, please take a stand. Gamers are praying from cities to towns. Don't mess this up, EA, don't let us down. We want maps that shine with beauty and flow, not a broken launch that steals the show. Your past few games, they stumbled and fell. Servers that crashed put us through pure hell, but we're holding hope like a spark in the night. Battlefield 6, please make it right. This is our plea for Battlefield 6. EA, we're begging, don't repeat those old tricks. No 20 skins for a rusty old gun. Just let us fight and have some honest fun. We want a war that feels alive and grand. Battlefield 6, please take a stand. Listen, EA, we're down on our knees. No overpriced passes, we're begging you, please. We don't need a store for every single thing. Just give us jet squads and that Battlefield ring. The world is watching from streams to the news, hoping this game won't leave us confused. Make it feel alive, let the battles ignite. Battlefield 6, oh please get it right. We dream of a game where the servers stay strong, where the hitboxes work and the lag is long gone. No more pre-order now for a shiny new knife. Just give us the chaos that brings war to life. With the frostbite engine, make the visuals glow. Take your time, EA, let the quality show. The world's holding its breath from New York to Nome. Battlefield 6, bring the soldiers back home. This is our plea for Battlefield 6. EA, we're begging, don't repeat those old tricks. No pricey loot boxes, no greedy schemes. Give us a game that fulfills our dreams. We want a war that feels alive and grand. Battlefield 6, please take a stand. Oh, Battlefield 6, we're rooting for you. EA, please don't break our hearts, we're begging you true. From the battlefield's dust to the skies up above, make a game we'll all cherish with joy and with love. One chance, one game, we're pleading today. Don't let hope slip away.
It's true. We are rooting for Battlefield 6. But who knows if they'll pull it off? None of us. We can only hope. We can only dream. For that is what was foretold in the scrolls. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to another day, another dime, another dollar. Rockin' and rollin'. Glad to have you guys here. It's going to be a good one. I'm very excited for all that is about to entail. Should be a nice chill day. Quick little update for all of you in case you have access to the in case you have access to, how do I do this? Where is it? There. The Discord. If you're a member, if you're a Twitch sub, you get access to this, including a brand new video I filmed yesterday, the day before, I don't remember. Basically, where it's exclusive. If you're in the Discord, you get access to it. But I rearranged a bunch of stuff in the studio, and we just kind of had a hangout while I did it, and talked about a bunch of the stuff going on behind the scenes, some of my plans for further exclusive content, and I also showed you one of my 3D printed models that exploded down the wall. It's like a whole thing. There's a whole thing. So if you're interested in that, go check that out on the Discord server. You have access to it now in the exclusive content tab. And there's going to be a lot more, so just buckle up for that. There's going to be a lot more exclusive stuff. We're just figuring out the process. But yeah, that's the first little thing. So there you go. As for, Spec Ops, thank you. Boom, 30 months, dude. That's awesome. Thank you, my friend. 30 months. It's crazy. It's crazy. 30 freaking months. I'm glad to have you here. Vikati also, thank you for becoming a member as well. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. I'm not sure if the audio notifications are going off. Let me double check our settings on that. Hopefully it works today. Maybe if I set it there. Let's do it that way. There. Okay. Playing Witcher 3 with ray tracing first time, hopefully finish this time. Dude, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Hell yeah. Dude, I wish I could replay that for the first time. I'll tell you what. Chanster Luke mentioned this in the hashtag Ask Luke channel. Yeah, I gotta catch up on that. Did you get a content creator early access code for Crosswinds, the new pirate survival game? I did not. So I don't have it now, but I'm hoping to get something set up. Like probably not for like a main channel video, but yeah. It's, dude, there's so many little things and even some big things going on behind the scenes. I got word 2 days ago of something that will be happening in early September. Bro, it's like crazy. So yeah, just buckle up. It's gonna be a good time. But that's the tricky thing. It's like when I got access to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and like a full month early in like early January, and I couldn't talk about it for all of January as we're like excited to see KCD 2. Couldn't talk about it.
_Ops Labs donated $20 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Wish me luck tomorrow with a spine surgeon APPT at the
Oof.
VABC. The old back is messed from all the shenanigans partaketh in whilst serving law.
Yeah, dude. Well, first of all, thank you for your service again. Second of all, yeah, no, hopes, prayers, everything going towards you. I hope that goes well, my friend. Back stuff is always messy. My grandfather, he, like a year and a half, 2 years ago, he had a pretty extensive surgery done on his hip. Like he had a cyst thing growing on like the ball joint of your like femur or whatever. So every time he'd walk, it was grinding into the hip socket. And that's a pretty extensive surgery as well. But dude, the stuff they have nowadays, not just for knocking you out, but also just for getting in there and doing whatever they need to do quickly and effectively. It's crazy. Like, people don't realize it. We're living in the future, and they'll do crazy elaborate surgeries with freaking robots and have 8 arms of the robots going in. I watched an episode of, like, I don't even remember what show it was, but they showed like the surgery, like they filmed the surgery, and dude, it was crazy cool. Like, this robot had 8 different arms going in from different angles to be able to do things super finely and detailed. It was really, really cool. But you know, I'm sure you'll be in good hands. But I hope the appointment goes well. But there's never been a better time, I guess, to get back surgery than right now. You know, the stuff they have now is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, keep us updated. Hopefully it all goes well. Hopefully it all goes well. Sir David, thank you for the membership, by the way. And Ox, thank you. Thank you. I can't think EA live long enough to become a hero. Oh, is it like the reverse? You either die the hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. In their case, it's like they are living as the villain and maybe they live long enough to become the hero. It's just flipped. That could be funny. Yeah, who knows? Elgman, also, thank you over on Twitch. Thank you. Usual Whale, I just subbed on my alt account. Respect. Respect it. I respect it. Luke, I love you. Crying face emoji and a heart. Well, thank you. I love you too. I love you. Wait, what's the clip? From Mega Man? Not Mega Man. Mega Mind? Not Mega Man. Mega Mind. Oh, here it is.
And I love you, random citizen.
You're breathtaking. I love you too. Thank you, my friend. Luke, Last of Us 2 or Red Dead 2? Like which I'd prefer to play? Almost certainly Red Dead 2. The Last of Us 2 is one of those things like, I don't know, what's a good comparison? It's so emotionally exhausting. Like it's almost like watching Schindler's List or something. Like you watch it and you're like, I'm glad I watched that movie. I'm glad I watched it. I don't think I ever want to watch it again because it was kind of miserable and depressing and made me feel sad. But I'm glad I watched it. That's kind of what Last of Us 2 is for me. Is I'm like, I'm glad I played it. I don't think I need to play it again. I'm good. I'm good. I'm at capacity, you know, topped off. But yeah, Red Dead 2, you can go back to that whenever and it's freaking fantastic. So good. So good. Are we ever getting that 60 FPS patch? Dude, who knows? At this point, who knows? Dude, why does IGN India have the exclusive gameplay? What happened to like IGN America? They couldn't get it compressed.
Luke Warfield donated $9.99 through Super Chat. Hey Luke, would like to ask you something.
Yeah.
As someone who normally prefers non-tedious games and linear games with the exceptions of open worlds done right like RDR2 and Elden Ring, do I buy Witcher?
Do I buy Witcher 3? Yes. Yes. Like 1,000%. It's very, very good. In fact, it is a game which a lot of those other games look to for inspiration. So whether it's Red Dead 2 that came out 3 years later, or Breath of the Wild, or even other games like Assassin's Creed Odyssey, all of them like point to The Witcher 3 as their point of inspiration. And, you know, at least an element of inspiration. Some of them bring unique spins on it or their own ideas in addition to it. But like one of the simplest things, which nowadays sounds so much like it's so duh, but at the time it was kind of a revelation, was that every piece of side content should have a story associated with it. Even if it's a small story, even if it is like you're exploring in the open world and you find a dead body next to a creek with his little tent right there. In a game like Skyrim, you come across that, there's no story. It's just like, oh, well, they just needed a place to drop some random loot for you to find, like, ooh, piece of candy. You grab it and you run on, you know, with the rest of your day. You might find a skeleton laying there, but there's nothing really there. The Witcher 3's whole like design philosophy was based on everything, even that should have a story associated with it. You maybe hear a line of dialogue from an NPC within Oxenford that makes an offhand comment about his cousin that went missing while traveling through White Orchard or something. That could be a little tie back to that event or that location or POI. giving it a story. Like that, every little bitty thing should have a story. It should have some place within the world and some element of narrative tied into it. And that is what The Witcher 3 kind of kickstarted, and now it's kind of what players come to expect with a lot of games. KCD 2 is another great example of somebody that really, really, really nails it in a very profound way. But yeah, it's The Witcher 3. They do not slack on open world design. So, you know, you mentioned tedium. I suppose there's probably a way to play The Witcher 3 that's tedious. I haven't found it personally. And the other recommendation, this may be controversial. I'm actually excited to hear what people in chat say. This may be controversial. I recommend playing The Witcher 3 on Death March. Okay? The reason I say that is not because I'm like, get good, try hard. It's because if you play on the normal difficulty or story, you don't have to use oils. You don't even really have to upgrade potions or anything. Like there's certainly not armor crafting. There's multiple major systems within the game that you will never touch because you just don't need to. The game is balanced, assuming you don't use those. Whereas Death March, you kind of have to use all of those. You're going to be brewing decoctions. You're going to be brewing, you know, upgraded potions. You're going to be crafting armor sets that give, you know, bonuses. And that's when you'll really appreciate The Witcher 3 because all of the systems tie together so well. So my recommendation would be to play it on Death March. That would be my recommendation. I know some people may disagree with that and be like, no, just go through whatever, you know, don't stress out. Initially, it may be jarring and kind of difficult, but I guarantee you within like 5 hours, you will really be in the groove. It doesn't even really feel difficult. It's just like if you try to play Death March the way you play normal, skipping oils, skipping decoctions, skipping all this other stuff, not upgrading potions, yeah, it's going to be miserable. It's going to be very, very difficult. But if you go and you upgrade your potions, if you go, you brew the decoctions or the oils that give you plus 10% damage against humanoids and stuff. If you do all of that stuff, Death March just feels like normal. But it's just because you're using all of the mechanics. So I really encourage people to try Death March. It sounds intimidating, but still. Have you played on that difficulty the first time? Well, I frankly don't remember what I played on first time. I think I played on normal. I think. But we're talking about like 10 years ago, which is depressing that it's that old. But we're like, the first time I played it, I probably played it on normal. But my recommendation would be Death March. Having now gone through it many times, frankly, on Death March, I would heavily recommend it. But that's, you know, there's, as long as you're playing it, you're good. Okay. It's not like, yeah, but if you don't play it on hard, you're not going to enjoy it. No, you'll enjoy it either way. My recommendation would be you'll love it extra if you play it on Death March. Maybe the deal we make is play it on whatever difficulty feels comfortable and then do another run through on Death March. Maybe do that. Speaking of about Death March, look at this game that basically feels like a Death March. This is a brand new game that just launched, the reviews just dropped. And here's the interesting thing about what we're going to talk about. This game, I wonder if you guys can guess. This game was delayed multiple times, I believe. It was the target of a few campaigns because the direction they were taking it was kind of surprising. Is that God of War ripoff? Sort of. What am I talking about? Tales of the Shire.
Most devastating part about Tales of the Shire, the Lord of the Rings game, is just how short it falls of fulfilling such an insanely promising premise. I mean, which Tolkien nerd among us hasn't daydreamed about living a relaxing life as a halfling? But instead of the warmth and comfort of the Shire, I spent 25 hours feeling like I was marching through the Dead Marshes in this cozy...
Dead Marshes, Death March, kind of close. See, that's a tie-in right there. That's a tie-in. We were just talking about The Witcher 3, Death March, and Death Marshes.
misadventure. It's regrettably dull from start to finish and runs so badly I wasn't even allowed to be bored out of my mind in peace. The bare-bones life sim mechanics offer some of the most shallow versions of classic activities like fishing and farming that we've seen done much better in dozens of other games.
Okay, my experience with this is that Tales of the Shire was at Summer Games Fest last year. I don't think they were there this year. Jacob, if you're in chat, maybe you know. I don't think they were there this year. Yeah, I don't think they were there. Maybe does this clip have it?
And just had hands-on with the Shire.
I was hoping they'd have pictures of the booth. What did this guy say? It's only 90 seconds.
Play days, and I just had hands-on with the Shire. Tales of the Shire, to be exact. My first reaction is that this is a very kind of calm, kind of relaxing, very much in the wheelhouse of Animal Crossing. But instead of Animal Crossing where you're indebted and it's all very negative and it kind of could be quite depressing at times because you can never seem to dig yourself out of debt. In this case, Tales of the Shire, you're actually just making friends with everybody in town. I think that's a lot more positive, and it's something that I've only seen a little bit of, but it was really enjoyable because there's a couple different systems at work. It's predominantly all about cooking food, so you're going with spicy, sweet, salty, that kind of thing, and you're tailoring that depending on who's asking for that meal. It's kind of your specialty. But
okay, it's just a description of it. Point is, they were there last year, over a year ago, and at that time, based on the people I spoke to, because I didn't go to their booth, but I spoke to people who did go and do the full demo and everything, and they said back then it seemed really bare bones and they weren't sure how they're going to turn it into a full video game, and then it got delayed like by 6 months or something, and now we have the full final version and it doesn't seem that much different.
And building social links with the inhabitants of Bywater is monotonous, repetitive, and never worth the effort. There's at least some humorous writing and fun moments here and there, and the cooking minigame that serves as the main progression activity thankfully has slightly more depth than the other chores you do. But the few bright spots that exist are drowned out by one of the most disappointing cozy games I've played since the Second Age. I went into Tales of the Shire thinking I'd be as happy as Denethor seeing Boromir, but I got Faramir instead. Ugh.
This is some clever writing. Okay, I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time with it. This is fun. I do want to give them credit. This idea is not bad. Okay, I know we're all joking. I know we're all memeing about like a cozy sim game in Lord of the Rings, but it is genuinely like a decent idea. It is living in the Shire, like a house or a cozy game that's all about growing plants and crafting and friendships and stuff. It's not the worst premise for a game. That's all I'm saying. This could have worked and turned into something, but it just seems like they didn't get much beyond that. Like decent idea and then really poor execution. And it's too bad, dude. Lord of the Rings, like first Gollum and now this. Damn, dude. Damn. Unusual Whale, thank you for another membership. You just got done dropping your follows and subs over on Twitch. Now you're over on YouTube. Doubling up. You're spoiling me, my friend. You spoil me. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. You ever think that maybe the studio is pushing more towards younger audiences and not 30 plus? I think that the problem, one of the problems with this is I think who holds the rights to Lord of the Rings for the video games? Is it Embracer Group right now? Do they get to choose? Do they hold it? Didn't they sell the rights for video games specifically? I think it's Embracer Group. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But they're choosing these studios that don't have like all the experience to deliver on the vision. And then they also, I think, are not giving them big enough budgets to do it. Embracer for games, Amazon for live action movies and stuff. Okay. Yeah, it's just, I really think this type of thing is just so disappointing because the IP is phenomenal, but we always get just kind of slop games from it. It's too bad.
Though it rarely succeeds in the attempt, Tales of the Shire mostly follows the blueprint of games like Animal Crossing, with stress-free slice-of-life activities in a quiet
Love the
village
camera angle.
as the main draw. You'll try your hand at lesser versions of the usual fishing, gardening, and cooking.
But even this, they have a fishing game next to the creek or river or whatever you want to call it. And they didn't even like test it enough to double check to see if the trees would block the camera while fishing. Like if anybody on the team played it, you'd think that they would see this and move the tree, you know, like, or maybe rotate the tree so the camera doesn't hit it. Like little bitty things like this that you'd think that they would pay attention to that just are totally, totally missed. It's that attention to detail where like, maybe they didn't have time to play test it and they literally were just trying to get it done and, you know, they didn't have time to polish. But these are little things, you know, people think about polish in video games and they think of getting it to not drop frames and stuff, which absolutely is a part of polish. But it's also stuff like this, little quality of life things that when they're there, they annoy the hell out of you. But when they're removed, you should never think about it. You know, you shouldn't have to think about it.
Raw. You'll try your hand at lesser versions of the usual fishing, gardening, and cooking minigames as you improve your relationships with your fellow townsfolk, all wrapped in a Tolkien skin that plays with the characters and locations found in The Lord of the Rings.
Cute.
The minimalistic story puts you in the hairy feet of a hobbit who's recently moved to Bywater and begins to establish themselves in the community, all while fixing up the rundown hobbit hole you're given. You'll meet some recognizable characters like Gandalf and Rosie Cotton and run samey errands for your neighbors in an attempt to get Bywater officially recognized as a village. As is often the case with games like this, it's not much of a story, but has some likable characters and amusing moments.
I think
here
it's
and there,
enough. I
as
think
the
that's good
goofy
enough.
cast of hobbits bicker and squabble over trivial things that only a hobbit would bother caring about. Unfortunately, a complete absence of voice acting inhibits this high point. It just
See what I mean about cost cutting? Like, I don't know. It looks like a PS3 game. I don't think that's a problem. I think you can have this like lo-fi art style. I don't know what this particular art style is called, but I think you can have this art style and I'm down to play it. I've played many like cozy games and sim games. One of my guilty pleasure games on plane rides, for example, is my time at Porsche. My time at Porsche. And you know, you guys might have played this. It's very cheap. It's like 6 years old or something. But it's this game. It actually has a pretty robust crafting system and exploration system. They have like dungeon crawling in it as well. It's actually pretty solid. And it's just like chill, fun, simple. You turn your brain off. You got a movie playing in the background, and you can have a good time. Is it not Porsche? I like saying Porsche. It's like, what is it? I think it's American Dad when Roger is like, oh, you have to go buy a Porsche. I like saying Porsche instead of Porsche because it takes longer to say. So everybody hears you say Porsche instead of Porsche. I think it's Porsche, right? It's not Porsche. It's Porsche. I think officially it's Porsche, not Porsche, right? It isn't Porsche. I don't know. It's German. Roger's a menace. He's great, dude. It's Porsche. It's Porsche. It's Porsche. It's Porsche. Okay. Porsche. Anyway.
It's never quite felt right for such colorful and well-known characters to be completely silent throughout the story's roughly 15-hour runtime. One of the great
But
things...
they do have the... Honestly, I prefer the Sims thing where it's just like I kind of respect that a little bit more. At least then there's something. I also think when you go 3D, people expect voice acting more than if you do the 2D thing. Like, you know, Stardew Valley not having like crazy voice acting is okay, I think. Like people understand it. But once you go 3D, I think people expect it a little more. Maybe that's just me.
Things about the life sim genre is that although they can appear fairly superficial at first, the longer you play, the more you discover hidden layers of depth to get completely lost in. Unfortunately, Tales lacks this essential component. at the point where I'd usually expect to enter an impossible to put down chain of easygoing activities as I build out a quiet virtual life for myself, it instead had me scratching my head as to what the point of all the monotonous busy work they'd saddled me with even was. That's mainly because despite featuring lots of cooking, Tales has very little meat on the bones for the vast majority of its mechanics, like how the best way to make money is to slowly walk back and forth across the very small map, picking up the same very small handful of forageable goods.
Dude, that low key, maybe I'm going to get roasted for this. Low key, that's my biggest frustration with Animal Crossing and why I drop it all the time. Like, I go back to Animal Crossing, I try to get back into it for like 5-6 hours or something, and then I lose it again. Because I'm somebody that likes to play these games and get rich. You know, when I play Stardew Valley, I create a whole freaking winery, you know, like starfruit wine. I go crazy with it because that's what is fun to me. When the number gets huge. Yeah, I know. Insert jokes here. Even in games like Stardew Valley, Luke's still a raging capitalist. I know. It's just what I like doing, okay? I like big numbers. And I always lose my mind with Animal Crossing because it's like, hey, the only way you can do it is to like, I guess, flip rare fish or fossils. You know, coconuts, I guess. The money and like the money system within Animal Crossing has always driven me crazy. And I wish that there was a way to like make more money, you know, to like actually do things. Go crazy in the turnip market. I mean, that's basically what you have to do and then just write it out. My brother growing up, shout out Timmy, little brother Timmy, he would go in and we were always like, you know, it was City Folk. It was Animal Crossing City Folk. And I think you could have 3 or 4 houses, like players on the same save on the Wii. And so it was like, I had my own house. I think my sister Mary had her own house. And then my 3 little brothers shared their house. And live like Timmy. But Timmy, he would go, and we were always blown away. He had so much money. All the time. Like he could buy anything. He had the most insane decorations. Like, how is he doing it? And one time I remember he was playing down in the basement and I snuck down the stairs and I peeked around the corner. And you know what I saw him doing? I saw that he had gone into the Wii settings, changed the date and time. And every time he would play the game, he would change the date to like Easter to get the Easter eggs, to Christmas to get the exclusive Christmas stuff. And he would take that and then sell it and then change the day back to the current day. It's like, you sneaky little devil. It was a whole scandal within the house. I'll tell you what, it was a whole scandal. We realized that he was doing that. It was a whole thing. Yeah. But that's what you had to do if you wanted money, you know? If you wanted money, you had to play the slimy game like that. You know, that's what you had to do. So going back to this, hearing that there's not a robust system of like buying and selling and bartering and complex systems to actually make money, and instead you just have to go collect the basic foraging stuff is disappointing, to say the least, because you'd think that they would have thought of that. You know, it's one of those things where it feels kind of like it was a game built for the quick demo of like, oh yeah, you'll make food. But they didn't have anybody on staff who goes like no life mode into these games and looks for the end game stuff. You know, it's because it's one thing you got to hand it. I remember showing, I think it was my sister Mary, we showed her a clip of end game Stardew Valley, of somebody that like had no life Stardew Valley and had like 1,000 hours in it. I wonder if I can just search 1,000 hours Stardew Valley. I wonder if this maybe there's maybe this
Today
I just want to see what like an end game save looks like, just to show you. Like some of these guys, yeah, he's got the full winery. He's got like, look at this insanity. But this is what like end game Stardew Valley can look like. And you just have an ungodly amount of money. You know, you're rocking and rolling the underground sellers and stuff. You know, it's super, super cool. But this is what the end game can look like. And there is this flexibility for it. If you know what you're doing, you know, you can just make ridiculous amounts of money on it. And she was blown away. She's like, I had no idea there was anything like this. I had no idea that you could do all of this in Stardew Valley. But it's because there's that depth there, because he built it, the developer built it in a way where you could build it out this ridiculously. But you have to design it in that way from the start. Otherwise, you just end up with something like this that's super, super shallow, you know?
So you can buy a single cut of bacon to use in cooking. The only time anything changes is when the seasons shift every dozen or so in-game days, and you get a few new ingredients to find and crops to plant. But there's a whole heck of a lot of tiresome grinding in between those shifts, which ultimately only alter the ingredients you're collecting and the look of the village anyway.
And again, I insist, grinding is okay in games. I know it sounds like a bad word. Grinding is okay. Even good. But it has to be fun. It has to be fun. That's the key. I've enjoyed grinding out in games like Monster Hunter World. I grind it out like crazy in some of those games for some of those like crazy armor sets and stuff. Grinding's okay. Some games like World of Warcraft are basically just one gigantic grind, you know? But the thing you're doing repeatedly has to be fun and enjoyable. That's the key. That's the key. The moment that it becomes monotonous and boring, and specifically like the other component of grind, and this is perhaps even more crucial than the activity being fun, the reward has to be good. You know, there has to be some pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that makes it worth doing. Otherwise, what are we doing? Like, there's no point to grind it, you know? And with this, it seems like in both pursuits, it fails. In both pursuits. Because both the activities you're doing are monotonous and boring. And then the reward you get at the end of it is totally not worth it. And so you're like, okay, well then I'm not going to do that again. You know? Like, I'm good. Robbie, this guy, thank you for the 5. Yo, Luke, long time, first time. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You ever play the Rune Factory games? The new one is great so far, cozy, but with more story and combat-focused elements. Rune Factory, no. I've not gone into those. I've seen them though. Did they just have, what's the new one? Guardians of Azuma. That's the new one. That's the new one. No, typically, like, because I like the sim stuff, but this does look interesting. Maybe I should check this out. I Googled it. Good reviews, too. Good reviews. Just launched June 4th. Huh. Typically, I like the games with a lot of heavy sim elements. So I go, like, deep into like Factorio style games or Kerbal Space Program and things like that. Kerbal is a different thing. It's kind of its own unique monolith. I mean, it's Kerbal. It's a very, very unique thing. But I do really like sim games. I've shown you guys a bajillion times. One of the games that I pour a lot of time into. I just love it. And I can't really tell you why. It's simple, and or another, here it is. It's simple, it's kind of easy to get familiarized with, but you can do a lot, is Another Brick in the Mall. Super simple game, but it literally is just you building a gigantic mall, and then it simulates the whole thing. And it can start very simple with you just generating like a single in-game store. And then it can get crazy, crazy, crazy complicated if you desire it to be. Like, some people see this and like, what is wrong with you, Luke? I see this and I get like giddy. I'm like, this looks awesome. This looks awesome. Recent reviews are mixed though. What happened? Crash won't reopen after 11 hours. 2 hours you played the game, only deep discount. Yeah, I mean, if you only play this for 2 hours, I would tell you, you have no idea what's possible. Like 2 hours, you might have a single, like one of these stores, or maybe a couple of these stores. The real fun The real fun comes from trying to do a movie theater, a shopping mall, 5 different restaurants that each appeal to different clientele. Like, that's when you have a lot of fun with these types of games, is when you build it into something like this. This is where the fun is. Just 1 or 2 shops, not that fun. Trying to build something like this is fun. This is where it gets crazy, but you're not doing that in 2 hours, I'll tell you what. Anyway, finishing this out, let's see.
Every activity you'd expect to grind, from fishing to gardening, suffers from this same infuriating lack of depth. For example, you can only fish in a few spots around the map, and doing
Okay, and even then they had the tree blocking the camera. Like, that's even more inexcusable.
so yields the same very small handful of fish with little to augment or evolve your angling over time. When I unlocked my first fishing rod upgrade after completing numerous fishing-based quests, I was hopeful this would expand the number of fishing holes accessible to me, or let me catch a whole new roster of sea creatures. But only moments later, those hopes were dashed as I returned to the same places and caught the exact same fish I'd been reeling in for hours. And since you're given tons of humdrum quests that require a lot of fishing to complete, you're subjected to a whole lot of tedious repetition with very little in the way of payoff.
It's like Video Game by Checklist, but one where they didn't even like play it to see if they would have fun while playing it. They just were like, oh, well, we need a fishing system. I guess put it in. And that's it.
Exception is the cooking minigame, which serves as the main activity that all the others seem to be built to support, and is much more substantial as a result. Fishing, foraging, gardening, and taking care of chickens, and buying ingredients are all just a means to an end for your ever-hungry hobbit. And all of the components you gather are brought back to your home to combine into a dish you'll then use to curry favor with other hobbits. You're able to invite a few of your neighbors to share a meal with you once per in-game day, and after learning their preferences and cravings, you'll have to mix together the right combination of flavors to maximize how much your cooking causes them to like you.
What a menace. He's still eating with the straw in his mouth. What a Chad.
Doing so levels up your social links, which awards ingredients and new recipes that open up new possibilities, and even occasionally result in a short conversation between you and whichever hobbit you've charmed. A decent payoff to your investment in a game that doesn't respect your time in most other areas. To be clear, Tales still doesn't really nail this minigame either, as the actual game part isn't very good and is overly simplistic, especially in the first dozen or so hours before you unlock additional cooking tools that add a tad more nuance to the process.
This is also, unfortunately, one of these things is I've noticed there's a lot of games that have been developed that think their players are stupid. You know, like they put it together and you can tell that at one point in the studio, they're like, do you think this players will get this? And they're like, I don't know. I think it's a little too complicated. I think it's a little too complicated. I think we gotta pull it back. And it's so frustrating. Like, of course, there's something to be said for trying to make something or a system understandable and approachable so that people can understand what they're trying to do. Like, that's of course a component that needs to be appreciated and considered. But if you design every game for you know, a toddler or DSP, you're going to end up with just match 3 gacha games that just have sparkly effects and no depth whatsoever, that they can just turn their brain off. And, you know, I'm not trying to shame anybody that has, you know, a brain as smooth as a bowling ball, but you shouldn't be surprised when people that are not like that don't like your game. You know, because they're hoping for a little bit more depth and complexity, and so seeing something that is just like flip the stupid switch and you just sit there drooling while it plays itself, yeah, we're not going to find that compelling. You know, we're just not.
For example, unlocking the saucepan allows you to stir different seasonings into your dishes that augment the flavor profile. Plus, you're required to take on a ton of very boring chores just to get the ingredients you need. And then, there's a good chance you'll just be waiting around for the next day to come before you can invite new people, since there are so few things to do aside from the time-gated meals.
And why not have a system where, like, there's a kid in the village or like somebody that you can then pay to go and fetch all of those tedious items for you, like the mushrooms or the fish or whatever, and then you pay them based on revenue generated by selling meals, or maybe they have a system where like you make applesauces and you put it in jars and then you sell that, or you make olives or something. Like you could do all sorts of things to try and create a system where the tedious stuff can be automated and the more fun, interesting, complex stuff you get to focus on as the game goes on. That's how all of these games always work. But if you just leave the tedium there at the beginning, it just doesn't go anywhere. There's no growth, there's no evolution to it.
But cooking and the social elements it triggers are at least a relative highlight in a life sim that is so consistently underwhelming, and it does evolve over time in a way that the other activities don't.
Bored of the things.
Beyond the grind of gathering ingredients, cooking meals, and feeding them to the residents of Bywater, you'll also improve and decorate your little slice of the Shire. The home you're given is pretty run down at the outset, but is expanded and fixed up as you complete activities.
That's cute.
The most important of which is the ability to raise chickens that generate eggs and gain access to more farm space.
Dude, this is Lord of the Rings. You can even have the chickens go and fetch mushrooms and stuff for you. Like you breed 10 different chickens and they go off and fetch stuff. We're talking about fantasy, okay? You could do whatever you want. I'm just saying there's no excuse. We're like, well, that wouldn't make sense in the world. It's like, no, you could do it, okay? I don't think anybody would be throwing that big of a fit. I think it'd be okay. I think we'd figure it out. Oh, man, you should check out the Verge article on this. It was in development. Ooh. Color me intrigued.
Unfortunately, although it's nice to have more room and other small improvements, like an actual working front door that takes way too long to unlock, there's not a lot of interesting things to do with the additional space you're given indoors. You gradually unlock decorations by completing quests, but there isn't a ton of variety to them, zero functionality to adding things like new shelves and whatnot, and the entire layout of your home is static, so you have to just work around an existing floor plan that doesn't offer much room for expression.
And I hate to be that guy. There's a reason most homes are not built in circular shapes, because there's no corner. Like most furniture is not designed to fit along a curved wall, you know? And even if you do put a rectangular couch against it, you have a bunch of negative wasted space behind you. You could put maybe hanging lamps or something, but this is a struggle. This is a struggle for interior designing, you know? Even so, I would love to live in a house like that. I will say there is a house somewhat near me. We could drive by it if we take the back roads to my house. And it's like tucked away. You can tell it was like some farmer that got a bunch of money and was very eccentric. And dude, he built it into the side of like a massive hill. And you drive past it, you might miss it, but you see it, and it's got like these the sunlight windows on the ceiling of probably the living room that look like they're almost exactly in line with the hill. So the house is built into the hill like a hobbit hole. And then the house is inside the hill. And you know, you blink and you miss it. It's tucked back there, but it's very cool. I've always wondered if it's just like a trailer that's been buried basically, or if it's an actual like tunnel system. I'm really curious, but it would be really cool, I think. And like for weather security and safety, like the crazy winds, snowstorms, I'm sure it's actually pretty safe.
This means that yet another component that's usually a major draw in life sim games feels like only the minimum amount of effort was put into it. The good news is that the home you're given definitely nails the Shire aesthetic when it's fully upgraded, and even if there's not many exciting options for personalization, it at least gets the job done when it comes to fulfilling part of the Hobbit fantasy. Even if Tales of the Shire were a more interesting game than it is, it would still be pretty hard to play purely by how unacceptably bad it runs. With constant frame rate hitches, pop-in aliasing, hard crashes, and other wonky stuff that suddenly broke, I never went more than a few minutes without
At your service, Hobbit.
something going terribly wrong. The worst of it was the consistent and repeated crashes throughout my playtime that forced me back to my desktop, resulting in half an hour of lost progress as I had to start the entire day over. This
Dude, and for a game that's already tedious and boring, like that's pretty bad.
often happened right after I completed sharing a meal with my halfling homies, which requires quite a bit of prep work and planning, making it just about the worst time for a crash to happen. At one point, I repeated a single day 5 times, totaling several hours of game time, with a crash happening at the end of the day each time, to the point where I wondered if I'd permanently broken something and wouldn't be able to progress any further.
Dude, after 3 or 4 crashes, I'd probably be like, okay, this is enough. This is enough. I think that's like to the point where it's unacceptable. Once, okay. Twice, I'm probably reaching out to the devs after twice, you know, because I've done things where, for example, Avowed. I reviewed Avowed, and dude, I had so many freaking problems with that game. It was ridiculous. I hit multiple soft locks, multiple bugs. I reached a point in the story where I couldn't progress. I had to go back and load a save from like I don't remember how long ago it was. It was like 90 minutes or 2 hours or something. I had to go back, reload that, and play back through and intentionally do things differently. It was ridiculous. And I happened to be able to still finish that game because I worked with the devs and we tried to figure out what was going on. But dude, 4 to 5 crashes that waste hours of time, that's where I'm starting to be like, I think this is just unacceptable, you know, unacceptable.
It's worth mentioning that near the tail end of my time with Tales of the Shire, the developer released an update that did improve some of the frame rate issues slightly, so there's at least hope that it will run better in the future after some patching up. But even after the most recent update, it still doesn't run great. Tales of the Shire, a The Lord of the Rings game, is the Grima Wormtongue of games. It whispered many wonderful promises into my ear, but by the end, I was left a wretched shadow of my former self. Like Deagle, I tried my best to enjoy my time in the Shire, but these joy-killing bugs and performance issues stopped me in my tracks and, well, with life sim mechanics that are shallow as they come, terrible technical performance, and almost nothing original to say, Tales of the Shire disappoints every step of the way. There's hints of a better game to be found in its slightly more robust cooking mechanics, as well as the occasionally amusing writing and dialogue that prove this setting was indeed right for a life sim if better executed. But like a Silmaril, those dreams have vanished deep in the depths of Angband.
4. That's like a 1 for most other places. That's crazy. That's crazy. Not great is the point. I did find that article from The Verge. They just posted this a couple days ago. Thank you for the recommendation. Inside the struggle to create a cozy Lord of the Rings game, Tales of the Shire launches on July 29th, but the path to release was a bumpy one for Weta Workshop's game studio. Their fledgling game studio hasn't achieved the same level of prestige as its film and special effects teams. There's been no success to build superstition, no room for myths, and yet the studio's first major console release, Tales of the Shire, seems to have inherited its own curse. According to more than a dozen current and former employees, the game's development has been hobbled by ineffective management, I think you can tell, plagued with poor decision-making and communication, sidetracked by circumstance, and ultimately spoiled by the company's inexperience in building high-profile video games. One former employee said, quote, "It's a miracle this game is coming out at all." Another said, "Making it has been hell." Jesus. How many good games are described that way? Like, I don't think you'll hear them saying, it's a miracle. It's a miracle that GTA 6 is coming out at all. Working on it's been hell. Like, that's not great. It's not great. In October 24, the studio announced to staff it would be restructuring, laying off 9 staff and disestablishing the positions of lead producer and lead game designer. These changes came as a shock, eroding morale and driving a wedge between Weta's leadership team and its devs, according to our sources. 4 more staff members resigned in the succeeding weeks, dropping the studio's headcount to approximately 30. While redundancies have become a familiar story in video games, particularly in the last 2 years, the tale of Weta's game studio isn't quite that story. It's the story of a studio attempting to make a big leap into console gaming, one that shows that what Weta could do with Lord of the Rings game. Unfortunately, it's a story about inexperience, exhaustion, and the difficulty of developing video games, misunderstandings, and mismanagement. I mean, unfortunately. Like, while I can appreciate that they worked their butts off and overcame this difficult process, it doesn't change the product, you know? It just doesn't change the product. Yeah, shifts in leadership 18 months in. After studio director Amy Wolkin quit Weta in November 2023 to take a position as CEO at Dinosaur Polo Club, a New Zealand indie studio, Weta needed a replacement. It took 6 months to find Tony Lawrence, who arrived at Weta in April of 24. Lawrence had a long career in Australia at multiple game studios, including head of 2K Australia. During his 7-year tenure there, the studio delivered 2 successful BioShock games and a Borderlands title. After leaving 2K, Lawrence worked at developer Mighty Kingdom, where he served as executive director and chief operating officer when the studio listed on Australia's stock exchange in April of 21. Mighty Kingdom was once considered a shining light of the Australian games industry, but during Lawrence's reign, it released just one console game, Conan Chop Chop, that launched to a disappointing sales and the company's share price crashed 98%. What? What? Dude. Yeah, that's not good. That's bad. That's the guy they put in charge of this? That's the guy? Sir, what makes you qualified to run our studio and to save us from the mess that we find ourselves in? Well, allow me to present Exhibit A. Oh, maybe it's upside down because they're in Australia. That's a good point. That's a good point, Camel Dude. That's an underrated comment. That right there. That's pretty good. That's pretty freaking funny. That's good. I like that. I like that. That's freaking funny. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Still has a market cap of 25 million, but you know, back in the day, back here, it was probably worth hundreds, if not, you know, even more. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. So anyway, after hiring at Weta, there was an instantaneous shift in the studio's vibe, according to one employee. It was like the air stilled. You could feel it. The morale slowly started to crumble from there on. Those familiar with Lawrence's hiring said the process felt rushed and noted Lawrence did not meet with those inside the studio who would be reporting to him. This one senior team member noted was very weird. That is weird. It's only a team of like 35 at this point, like 35, 40 people. And he's not meeting with them before working. Like, that's weird. Lawrence did not respond to a request for comment. Weta did not respond to specific questions around his employment either. In January of 25, The Verge was investigating the story. Lawrence led an all-staff meeting to discuss breaches of confidentiality. In that meeting, he told staff that, quote, "It's not cool to talk to journalists." Discouraging them from speaking about their experiences. Wolkin also did not respond to a request for comment. Alongside internal issues, the Shire had to contend with a major external one, uncertainty over the fate of its publisher, Private Division. In May of 24, IGN reported Take-Two was quietly killing the label, slashing staff numbers, and closing 2 of its studios. By November, Private Division had been sold to an unknown buyer. The upheaval occurred towards the final stages of development of the game and left Weta in limbo for several months, according to multiple sources. Weta also waited on milestone payments. Private Division did not respond to a request for comment. Yeah, this is one thing that happens a lot with publishing, is that, you know, I think some people assume that they just get one big lump sum. That's not typically how it works. So like, if this is the timeline of the game's development and everything, this is when launch happens, right? And this is when production starts and you work, you get a vertical slice built, you take it to a publisher like right here, and maybe here the publisher comes in and it's like, okay, this looks good. We are happy about that. Here, you'll get some money, maybe, you know, a first chunk. And then here you'll get another chunk. Here you'll get another chunk, but it's as you hit certain milestones. It's as you hit like beta, as you get content complete, as you have this system built and this, and all the while the publisher is checking and making sure you're hitting those milestones and they're happy with it. And then, launch hits. And the goal is that you produce a ton of money and that then you can pay them back for all of this. And they get a cut of future sales and everything. That's the idea, at least. But when your publisher goes belly up in the middle of production, it kind of leaves people wondering where the money's coming from. Because if you're relying on the paycheck to pay everybody's salaries, but then the person that's writing the paycheck disappears and is murdered in the middle of the night, you don't really know what's happening. It was unclear to Weta employees what exactly when, or if Private Division would continue. Several staff noted the situation with Private Division was demoralizing, igniting concerns that the game may even be canceled. In January, Bloomberg reported former staff of publishing house Annapurna Interactive had purchased Private Division's games and franchises from Take-Two, including Tales of the Shire, with backing from Haveli Investments, a private equity firm based in Austin, Texas. The new publisher, revealed during this year's Summer Games Fest, is named Fictions. Weta received its milestone payments. I think I actually know somebody that's involved with this. This rings a bell. I might actually know one of the people involved with this. That'd be funny. I should reach out to him. Somebody I know from back in the day with real estate. He was based in Austin, Texas, and he literally called us because, how he introduced himself was, "Hi, my name is so-and-so. I'm making way too much money and I need to spend it. Can we meet?" That was his intro. No joke. The dude was making $500,000 a month. Money laundering. How he made his money is he bought bad mortgages from people. So he'd find people that were going and entering foreclosure. And he'd say, "Hey, I'll buy you out of your bad mortgage so your credit isn't destroyed and you don't have to give up the house and all of that. But I'll buy out your mortgage. And you have this much time, you basically have 6 months, kind of like a loan shark, honestly. You have 6 months or a year to pay me back for bailing you out of this bank loan, or I get your house, but I won't go through the foreclosure process. You can leave and it won't destroy your credit or anything, because it's not part of the same thing. I think it still definitely would destroy your credit, but that's at least how he sold it to people. And then they could leave. He would take the house and then he'd flip it and sell it and, make 15, 20,000 off of each one of those. And he did it so much that he was making $500,000 a month. By repackaging. How he described it was repackaging mortgages. And it clearly worked for him. He made a lot of money. Tell you what. And so he came in and he was looking for different things. And he said he was also investigating creating an investment firm that would invest in indie video games, which I thought was very interesting, and I kind of forgot about it. But I actually seriously wonder if this is part of his thing. I wonder. Anyway, let's see. Co-founder, head of Fictions on LinkedIn. Blah blah blah. Okay. Crunch and overtime. Yeah, so one of the most pernicious issues in game development is crunch, a practice variously defined as extended periods of drastic overtime and sudden spike in work hours. The effect of crunch has been well studied, with the exploit leaving lasting effects on physical and mental health. It also doesn't take a genius to just be if you're asked to work and stay at the studio from 7 a.m. until midnight, that's probably not good for you, and it's probably not good for your family and your personal life. It's it doesn't take a genius. You don't need a study to figure that out. It doesn't take a genius. Many current and former Weta staff said they worked long hours, especially as deadlines approached. It was a systemic problem. One experienced dev said it was a resourcing problem and general mismanagement of the project. 3 staff members who spoke said they felt pressure to work overtime coming from management and senior leadership. In August of 24, as crucial deadline approached, a company-wide meeting was called. According to those who attended, Weta's leadership suggested that if the team did not meet this major milestone, then there was a real concern over the studio's long-term sustainability. One staff member told The Verge it felt like the team was strongly encouraged to crunch in that meeting. Yeah, you guys don't have to crunch, but if you don't crunch, you're all going to lose your jobs. That's basically what they're doing.
$9.99 through Super Chat. Did you see the clip where Moist Critical pretty much leaked Dark Souls 3 Remastered by saying, "I know something about Bloodborne"?
I don't think I saw that clip. I don't think I saw that clip. Can somebody, I mean, if you know the clip, can you guys find the clip and put it in the Discord in the submit a clip or share a link tab? Then I can pull it up. Luke knows something too. I know so much. I know so much. You guys don't even know. You guys don't even know. You don't even know. Not necessarily about that, okay? Like, not necessarily about that specific project. But, dude, there's so much I wish I could talk about. Oh, there's so much. Some really, really freaking funny stuff, too. Thank you for that one. If you can find the link, share it in the Discord. We can look at it. Charge 24 months. Oh, baby. 2 years. Time flies. I'm old and my back hurts now. My back is broken. Spinal. You're going to have to make a 5-year badge now. Hope you and your family are doing well. Dude, has it really been? I guess it has. Like, we're approaching that point, dude. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Thank you for being here for 2 freaking years. That's wild. I think just earlier in the stream, we had Spec Ops. He hit 30 months, which is outrageous. So truly thank you guys. And again, if you missed it at the top of the stream, if you are a member or a Twitch sub, on the Discord, there's a new tab, exclusive content. You guys will get access to exclusive videos, whether you were on Twitch or YouTube. Prior to this, when we didn't have the Discord, you just like didn't get access to like exclusive content if you were on Twitch because we didn't have a way to share it. Now, if you're in the Discord, whether you're a Twitch sub or a YouTube member, you get access to these exclusive videos. So go check it out if you haven't already. It's just right there. So check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Having said that, one staff member told The Verge the team was strongly encouraged to crunch. This is the thing that a lot of these companies rely on, is they're like, we didn't force anybody to crunch. It's just, you know, if you don't crunch, you're all going to get fired. So, but you don't have to crunch. It's just, if you don't, you'll get fired. That's basically what they're saying by saying, hey, if we don't hit this milestone by crunching, we don't know what's going to happen to the company. It's probably going to go under. Like, everybody knows what they're doing. Another former staff member said that leadership had previously told the studio there was no crunch because such practice would involve working 70 hours or more per week for several months. I felt a little bit gaslit given the amount of work I was doing. So they're like, no. We only did 70 hours or more for a few weeks or for a month or two. So that wasn't crunch. It's like, this kind of description is just so toxic. It's so toxic. However, there are employees who shied away from dubbing the extra hours as crunch, but noted there were broader issues related to overwork and burnout as part of the dev team. One employee stated, I do not see our studio as a crunch studio, suggesting the problem was specific to certain developers who chose to work extra hours, consistently accrued overtime. This is also with a team this small. You have to wonder which devs and which teams were working overtime. Because if it was something where it's like, hey, the art team is working overtime because they need more assets or something, or maybe it's the programmers are working overtime because a bunch of stuff keeps breaking. That I think is indicative of also, you know, maybe specific problems within the game itself. But, you know, if you're working and your game is a really complicated sim game, yeah, the programmers are probably the ones that are going to have to work overtime compared to, like, you know, the art team or whatever else. So I think it depends on that. The studio works on swings and roundabouts model, which is meant to provide employees with flexibility to bank hours worked and take time off later. In practice, this caused havoc. One staff member mentioned time off was not tracked well, so it was difficult to adequately resource or finance as needs shifted. Often, they said staff would work extra hours, but they didn't receive that time back in kind. There was simply no opportunity to take time off with deadlines bearing down. And then they laid off even more people. Round of redundancies. Came out of the blue for us. They wanted to cut people to have long-term sustainability. And I mean, now we've seen the results. Should be a time of celebration just getting the game out. Unfortunately, they got the game out, but you know, it's not going over well. you know. And this is why it can be really, it can be kind of sad to do some of these reviews sometimes, because you know a lot of people worked their butts off for years and it wasn't necessarily their fault. It was mismanagement, the fact that the game directors were literally fired and nobody was replaced. Like, it's a miracle that the games launch at all. I get that. But it's also like not, that doesn't mean we should give you pity money, you know? You know, just like, I don't believe that the pat on the head, here's $30 for your game, helps anybody. I get it. It sucks for the devs. I get it. It sucks for the people that worked for years on it. But at the end of the day, you're trying to create a product that you want me to buy because I feel like it's worth the money. And if it's not worth the money and it's a bad product, I can say I'm sorry, but it's not my job. Like, this isn't a charity, you know, you're creating a product at the end of the day. I feel bad for you because I don't think it was the devs' fault necessarily that this went so belly up. It sounds like a managerial issue. Same with Mind's Eye. I think a lot of people that worked on Mind's Eye, very capable devs, very smart devs. I think that was just an issue with management and scope and all of that stuff. And it got kind of out of control. So, you know, you got to feel bad for the devs, but that doesn't mean that you have an obligation to throw money at them, you know? That does not follow. That does not follow. Okay. Yeah, but what if the devs are absolutely zero talent and create a piece of shit game? Fair point. And obviously there are times where there's very talented devs that put out a bad game because of mismanagement. There's also times where the management wasn't necessarily bad, but the devs were incapable and incompetent. I think that definitely also happens. So don't get it twisted. I think that definitely happens. But I think it's, you know, with some of these teams, they're big enough that maybe some departments are incompetent or are just bad at what they do versus other departments. Like, I think the combat team at, I forget the name of the studio, the guys that did Forspoken, I think that combat team was pretty good. Combat in Forspoken looked pretty cool.
Avery B donated $20 through Super Chat.
Hell yeah, Avery.
Hi.
Thank you. That's very generous. Thank you for the 20. Very generous. My goodness. Like, I think the combat, pretty solid. I think the writing staff was bad. I think they were terrible at their job. Same with like Suicide Squad. Yeah, absolutely. Like, whoever was in charge of making those skins to sell to people, they were bad. Those skins were bad. Okay? They were just bad. I don't know what to tell you. They were just bad. But whoever was in charge of like rendering cinematics did a good job. They weren't in charge of what was being said during the cinematics or written about the cinematics, but they did a good job of making the cinematics look good. Suicide Squad's cutscenes did look good, you know? So I think with some of these bigger teams, it gets to the point where certain departments are clearly very good at what they do. Others, not so much, you know? And nowadays in the modern market, I think just because of how competitive it is and how analyzed games can be before they even launch, I think most of these big games can't afford to have even one weak link in the chain. If you have an otherwise really impressive game, but the writing is terrible, it's going to flop. You know, Dragon Age, as Anthony says, yeah, that's a great example. Dragon Age graphically looked amazing, super polished. I think the combat was actually pretty solid. Maybe not for like repeated run throughs, but you know, decent enough. And at least, you know, one or two of the classes. I forget which one it was. One of them was really boring. I think it was Magic or Mage started really slow, but got better as the game went on. The other started good, but got boring as the game went on. But anyway, so yeah, it's maybe there's a bit of nuance there, a bit of complexity. Polished, yeah, dude, it ran great. It ran great. It's one thing you got to say with Dragon Age: The Veilguard is that it ran really, really good. Okay. All right. Booyakasha. Booyakasha. Which one? I had another tab pulled up. Where'd I put it? I have too many tabs. Lord help me. Lord help me. Oh my God. Dying Light the Beast delayed. Oh yeah. Yeah, they need a little more time. Real quick, I want to just share with you guys a little word of warning, okay? Little just heads up, because this is stunning. And I think everybody should be aware before it's too late. I'll just play a little snippet of this just so you guys know, sort of a public safety announcement. Okay, you ready?
Okay, y'all. I need to come clean. You know, y'all all wondering about this question.
Yeah,
know?
I am.
I really need to come clean about it.
I've been wondering.
It's a really, really scary story.
Yeah, tell me.
You know, I think I need to come clean with y'all.
Please do.
Y'all all curious and wants to know the truth.
I do.
My husband's a 150-year-old vampire. I found him in a cave in a coffin.
Oh.
And he bit me on my neck.
Oh my
and
God.
I became vampire. Now, I do have teeth. They only come out when I need blood.
Oh, okay, so we can't see
Like, really need a blood.
because I was going to say she doesn't have teeth, but they come out. There's a reason for that. It's because they come out when she needs. Okay.
Tasting blood. And that's why I eat, like, rare meat. Because I need the blood.
Yeah.
And he is a 150-year-old vampire.
And you found him in a cave.
He is kin to the Twilights. You know, the Twilights, Erebrid, and all of those. Now, he is cousins with them because they're all vampires.
My God. Dude. And she found him in a cave in a coffin. And now they're married. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Yeah, just I as she said, we were all wondering, and we all needed to know. And now you do, okay? Now you do. Also, just another little heads up for everybody.
Marriage is for the woman.
That's the whole video. I don't know why. It's so funny to me. Just the offhand, marriage is for the woman. And then the fire alarm goes off. Oh, it's so good. It's pretty good. Oh no, did this? Oh no, that one's there. What about this one?
This is me just
No, I saw that one. Dude, I have so many of these. This one I downloaded because I wasn't sure if he was going to delete it or not. This guy, Dave, is just offering a little advice, okay? I can't even look at it. Real quick, Dogmatic Socrates, thank you for the 10.
Dogmatic Socrates Mammalian Matricide donated $10 through Super Chat.
That's a good name.
Do you know about Smooth Motion in NVIDIA app and how it can be stacked on top of frame generation in DLSS? Doesn't that make the 50 series GPU pointless? My setup 4009.
Let's see. And how it could be stacked on top of frame generation and DLSS. I mean, Smooth Motion, typically what they do is they're just gonna like, it depends on which one we're talking about. I'm not sure about their specific tech, but most motion smoothing basically just takes 2 frames and then interpolates a frame in the middle and then blends it between the two, which can work for certain types of footage, which is why you'll see it turned on like in the store if you go looking at TVs and stuff that use motion smoothing. But it doesn't work for a lot of other systems. So it doesn't work for like quick cuts. It doesn't work for like really twitchy gameplay. It doesn't really work with unpredictable movements specifically. Like it's not designed for it. So I would encourage you not to do it, not to use motion smoothing, because it's going to create a ton of artifacting and make it look really gross. DLSS on the 50 series, the next generation of DLSS that they're talking about, and the multi-frame generation stuff that they're doing is way more complex than what motion smoothing is. Motion smoothing is very, very simple. It's kind of like just blurring things to make it look smoother, if you think about it that way, compared to multi-frame generation, which is literally trying to produce additional frames based off of information that it can get from the game as well as what's been rendered already. So I don't think it makes the 50 series useless. I still think the 50 series is not a great value, frankly. I don't really understand why somebody would need to upgrade to that when you can get a 40 or a 30 series that's pretty comparable, because I really still think the frame generation stuff is not great for certain types of games. For certain types of games, it's amazing. For a lot of others, it's not that practical, and it can introduce a lot more problems. But yeah, artifacting is ass. It'll make you UI elements, ghost and shit. Yeah, I mean, it's also, if you're talking about a game with a lot of particle effects also, all of the detail is going to be lost, where all of the particle effects, like sparks, think of sparks, they'll all blur together into just one gigantic blob. And so it's going to make it look kind of gross. So I'd say it's not quite the same. So I'd steer clear, but still. Let's see. Let me catch up on these. Southie, thank you for the 2. Hear me out. A CDPR Lord of the Rings game. I think that, and people have also said a Larian Lord of the Rings game. I agree. I think they'd be great. I just don't think there's any possibility of it, because they don't want to give up that big of a cut of revenue, you know? Hear me out, Skull and Bones reaction. I do have the tab pulled up, Ark. Don't worry, I've got it pulled it up. I've got it pulled up so we can look at it. Yes, that is on the docket. T-Bone also became a member at the show off tier. Hell yeah, T-Bone. Thank you. Blondie, thank you for that. Luke, can I become a member on YouTube even if I live in Germany? Can't find it. Nice stream for all. And thank you for the answer, my guy. You should be able to. If you go, I think it's !join. I think in YouTube chat, you should be able to pull it up, and it should give you a link to just click and do it. Don't you have a 50 series? No, I still have my 4090. I just don't really see the point in upgrading. Yeah. Yeah, NVIDIA charging GPU prices for extrapolating software downloads is crazy. I mean, it's what feels weird to me is that it's a software improvement, but they're selling you new hardware to use it. Like, that just feels weird, but whatever. How dare you trying ! Booba? How dare you? And then if you are, oh yeah, how do I join the Discord? You literally just open Discord, and then there's a user settings button. It's a little gear in the bottom left, and then it brings you to this. You hit connections right there, and then you connect your YouTube or Twitch account to the Discord. Should be fairly straightforward. Let's see. Let's see, I read that one. Vikati, again, thank you for that membership. Same with Sir David 4K. Thank you. Real serious, 2 months. Ooh, baby. Her husband is Nosmethatu. There it is. I got there eventually. Yes, it does come off that way. I like how she just so casual is like, everybody's been asking. Yes, I found my husband in a cave, and yes, he's a 150-year-old vampire, and yes, he was asleep in a coffin when I found him, and now we're married and very happy. It's so casual and nonchalant. Let's see, where did I leave off as well? I think we read that one. let's see. Read that one. Okay, we're caught up there. Okay, Mediocre Gamer, thank you for the 5. Hey, Luke, first time in the stream. Can you explain how game optimization works and how developers prioritize that for 120 frames on consoles? I mean, I'm not the one that is, I'm far from an expert in this field, to put it very, very lightly. But there's certain types of games where it's way more demanding or it's way less demanding. It just depends on what you're trying to do graphically. It depends on what's being simulated and processed in the back, because basically, like, you can think of a system, whether it's a console or PC, as being able to perform a certain number of actions, or think of it like a certain amount of work per millisecond or per 10 milliseconds or per second, or however you want to break it down. And the more demanding your game is, the more work you're asking it to do in the same period of time. So that's going to reduce the number of frames. You know, if each frame requires 15 milliseconds of work from your system to render it out, you're only going to get, 15 seconds per frame, and you divide, 1,000 milliseconds by that, and that's going to be your frame rate. So you can reduce the workload by coming up with optimizations to achieve a similar effect or the same effect that takes less work, which can mean that you can now render that frame in 10 milliseconds instead of 15 or whatever it may be. So there's optimizations like that. There's other things where, if you lower... It's why it also depends on the game. Like, I saw that there's a pool game, a game where you play pool, and that has been reported to now be able to render at like 8K 60 frames or something on the PS5 Pro or whatever. And it's like, yeah, because it's doing very little. Like, it really is not working very hard. Like, it really is not working very hard. You would not be able to just like optimize GTA 6 to run at 8K. Like, it's not the case that, they could get it running at 8K or at 120 frames if they just worked harder at optimization. Like, some games, it doesn't work on the hardware that is available today. It's just not possible. Eventually, yeah, it should be. The idea that you'd be able to play console games on your phone eventually was so insane, but now you can play games from like the 360 era on your phone just fine. Like, they've ported games from that era onto this, and this is significantly more powerful than what you had back then in a console format. So eventually, it'll be very doable, but it's because the hardware is more capable now. But anyway, let me play games on my fridge. Sir David, thank you for the 5. Game recommendation, if you like management games, Mind Over Magic. Hi from Spain. Praise be to Todd. Praise to Todd, indeed. Mind Over Magic. Interesting. Over Magic. Thank you for the suggestion. It is a colony sim set in the site of cursed magic school. Build and optimize your own magical academy. Train powerful mages and master mighty relics in order to battle through Underschool, a mysterious underground dungeon that holds the key to liberation from a deadly curse. Ooh, yeah, it looks like Fallout Shelter mixed with what was that other magic school game? It's like Alchemy something sim. Interesting. Thank you for the recommendation. I've got it pulled up. I will check that out. That seems very interesting. Hell yeah. Okay, I read that one. Caped Crusader, thank you for the 2 as well. Thank you. But yeah, Mediocre Gamer, going back to that, there's all sorts of outlets. If you really want to hear about game optimization and stuff, GDC, there's a bunch of talks. GDC talk on There's a bunch of talks here, multi-threading the entire Destiny engine. And this is from the actual devs that work on this stuff, and they'll explain a lot of these in very deep and complex ways.
For the hardware threads, there's no affinity on PS3, so it's not like we could say, hey, this job thread only runs on PPU 0. So we kind of cheated a little bit, and we just cranked up the priority as high as we possibly could. and that helps minimize a lot of the preemption that we're seeing on it. And
But this is what it's going to sound like, because optimizing games is very difficult and very tech heavy. So there's no simple way of just being, oh, well, you just do this, this, and this. It's going to be like, where do we put it on the PPU or 0 or 1? And what about the SPU 3? Like that's what it's going to sound like. Okay. But there's lots of resources out there from people that actually know what they're talking about beyond, what I know. Provoked Amoke, thank you for the 5. I'm going to break my no pre-ordering rule for MGS Delta. Hope it runs well on PC. Normally my rig can brute force through, but Unreal has Unreal problems. Dude, for real. Dude, for real. Unreal has had its own fair share of problems indeed. Let's do this. I'm wondering about this. Let's do this, and then we can talk about this other one, and then I want to see the Skull and Bones video. Let's do that. Squidzy, thank you for the membership. Thank you. Sleepy Luke, yeah, my coffee's not kicking in yet. New segment. Arparobiosa, thank you for the sub over on Twitch. Kesterion, thank you for the sub with Prime over on Twitch. And then Chubby Husky 47. Luke, have you tried Wu Chang Fallen Feathers yet? Yeah, we did a whole segment on it on Friday, trying it because it did not run super great, but I'm holding out for a couple of updates and patches and stuff to get it running better before committing, because games like that rely on like quick reaction times, you need it to run well. The new UK ban on video games is insane. Is it a ban on video games, or are you talking about the like age verification thing? Because this was funny. The UK's controversial online safety law requires Discord users to scan their face to prove they're adults, which is crazy. I am saying we were right. Back in the day, you guys made fun of us for the whole T thing. Oh, pay your taxes on your T. It's not that big of a deal. It's just T tax, pay it, whatever. And we started a little bit of a hullabaloo and, got separated, and we've had some time apart. And I hate to say I told you so and that we were right and you were wrong, but like, this is ridiculous. Like, this is actually crazy. Basically, there is the Online Safety Act now that requires Discord to verify the age before allowing you to access flagged adult content. This is true for video games. It's true for Discord servers and stuff. It's required. However, people have now figured out that you can actually use Death Stranding's photo mode to bypass the age verification. It uses, you put the game on your screen, you start playing it, and then you use the app to scan Sam's face, and it thinks that you are Sam, and then it's like, we have determined you're an adult, and passes it. It's just so insane to me, dude, that now it's like deemed acceptable to like, okay, you need to submit your driver's license and your face scans to the government, and or in this case, it's to a third party that verifies it to the government's standards. Because we all know that there's never been data breaches or anything for third party outlets and everything. But yeah, this is what it looks like. Age restricted channel. The channel is marked as age restricted because it contains adult content. Do you want to verify your age group to access this channel? Dude, VPN sales have to be so insanely high right now. Do we have anybody in the UK in chat? I mean, surely we do. We've got across everything. We have like 1,600 people here. I would guess they're going to start trying to ban VPNs, right? Proton VPN is free and safe. Effort Proton, yeah. I'm from the UK. Jolly good. I would imagine they're trying to ban VPNs, right? Because if they're banning your ability to look at a Discord channel, I'm guessing they're going to go after VPNs next, right? They're going to try. Dude, how do you not have people like if this happened in the US, there'd be people marching in the streets. It happened in some states. I don't remember. Maybe Texas or I forget which state it was. But there were some states in the US that banned the ability to access porn. Like, you know, Pornhub or whatever. Unless, I don't even know if it was limited to age or if they just banned it outright. I don't actually remember. But they required, they shut it down, and VPN sales like that day skyrocketed because everybody was like, oh, hell no. And so they jumped out. The law was designed for corn with a P. Yeah, I don't know, man. There is a fallacy. There is a logical fallacy called the slippery slope fallacy, which is basically that you shouldn't, like, it is invalid to say this is bad because it may eventually lead to X, Y, and Z. It's a fallacious thing because it doesn't deal with the question at hand. It's passing it off into the future. A very internet-centric example of this, okay? This is very, very specific. You guys know the streamer DSP, okay? DSP had somebody in his chat named Derek or Darish, okay? This dude is like a degenerate to a whole new degree. Like, you go to his YouTube channel and it's playlists of like hundreds of children just like playing at a playground or going and being at the pool and stuff, of like little bitty girls. Very, very creepy, okay? Crazy creepy, like messed up, degenerate, send him off into the Ozarks. Is that I think that's isolated. Send him off, let nature deal with him, like get him out of society. And he was a very active member in DSP's chat and in his community and everything. And DSP was eventually, for months or years and years and years, people were telling him, dude, this guy Derek is like nobody you should interact with. He's a degenerate. He's like a pedo. Get him out of here. And he refused to ban him for years and years and years and years. And it was really weird because it's like he's defending a like well-known, everybody knows this guy's a creeper, like a pedo creeper. Why is he not banning him? And eventually they confronted him. I think it was the Kino Casino. They confronted him while doing an interview with somebody else and basically told him like, you should get rid of him. I don't know where the clip is, but they told him you should get rid of him because this is what he is. And eventually DSP said, well, I don't want to get rid of him because if I do that, it will mean that my trolls will start looking at my other viewers and I may have to eventually start banning them. So it's a slippery slope. That is a slippery slope fallacy. He's refusing to ban the pedo because he's afraid it may eventually lead to him having to ban other whales that give him money. So he's like, I'm not going to ban Derek because that means I may eventually have to ban these other people because they might find out creepy things about them, which already says a lot about your community. If you're like, yeah, if you start looking, you're going to find out a lot of them are creeps too. But it was a slippery slope or a fallacy because he was saying, I'm not going to deal with this thing, which clearly is bad. I should throw this box away. I should get rid of it. But I'm not going to do that because it may eventually lead to X, Y, and Z. That's a fallacy. It's a fallacious thing. He should get rid of Derek for being a creep, even if it eventually leads to something else, because that's not what we're dealing with right now. You're dealing with a pedo. Get rid of the pedo right now. That's a fallacy, okay? That's a fallacy. The thing with this, though, with this particular law that we're discussing, is that it's already spilling into a bunch of other facets of life. It's designed initially, this UK law, designed initially to keep children from accessing, let's just say, adult websites for sins of the flesh, shall we say. But it's already spilling into all of this other stuff. It's spilling into video game censorship and locking people out of Discord servers. And now they're saying, okay, well, now we can lock anybody under the age of 18 out of all of these other games. If you want to access to play Warzone or something, you have to prove with Face ID or a government ID how old you are. Like, that's where it's all like actively where it's at. You know, it's not really a slope anymore. It's just a parking lot. Like, we're already there, you know? It's crazy. It's crazy. So I think with this, if this happened in the States, I mean, of course we'd be rioting. I don't know what it's like in the UK. I'm shocked that it seems to just be people shrugging it off and like, okay, well, it is what it is. But already, I mean, like I said, there's people that are finding ways around it by using Sam's face in photo mode to bypass the age verification. But knowing that this is an exploit, I wouldn't be surprised if soon they're like, okay, no more face scan. It has to be a government ID. And that's just what they're going to do. That's going to be the new standard. Good intentions, but way too many variables left unchecked. Well, what's the old saying? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. You know, it's there's a lot of crazy overreach and overstepping and corruption and things that starts with good intentions and then leads you into really, really garbage stuff. But, you know, similar things, like I said earlier, have happened in like Texas. I think it was like Texas. It was Bible Belt states. It was like Texas, Kentucky, probably like Missouri. They banned a bunch of access to like porn sites and stuff. In Colorado, we don't have anything like that. In Colorado, they like their porn too much. They're not getting rid of it. Of course not. But yeah, VPN sales have to be skyrocketing. Absolutely skyrocketing. But again, like in the UK, I wouldn't be shocked if they shut down VPNs and they're like, no more VPNs allowed in the country. If you use them, you go to jail. Like they've sent people to jail in the UK for much less, from what I understand. So it wouldn't shock me. Basically, the entire South needs the the ID verification thing. Yeah. The government petition hit 300K. Well, I mean, I don't know how exactly all the petition stuff works in the UK. Hopefully that has an impact. Oh no, Orion just got stung by a bee for the first time. Nikki just texted me and said he got stung by a bee. Oh, that sucks. Got stung right on his belly. Oh, buddy. That sucks. He got a bee sting right there. That sucks. That's terrible. It's terrible. They literally came out today doubling down on the VPN policy threats. Dude, that's insane. Like, if they get to the point where they're banning VPNs for you guys, and now, like, their hope is that you just kind of roll your eyes, you deal with it, you do the check, and then you move on. And then in a year, it's just going to be the norm. You know, that's the hope. That's the hope, but I don't know, man. I don't know. The only way you deal with stuff like that is if you actually like elect different people. Like, that's the key. You have to put somebody else in place. Like if you write a petition, but the same guy is in his position, like, it's not going to do anything. You know, in Texas, you can sign a petition to be like, hey, we don't like this, Texas. Let me access my videos again. You can do that, but if the same guys are in position, nothing's going to change. They did it once before. You know what they want, you know? Only boomers vote. Doesn't have to be that way. Doesn't have to be that way, but my dog eats wasps. Jesus. You know what we discovered? So Romeo, he really likes nomming on like frozen zucchini. I don't know why. He's teething pretty bad, but it's like pretty solid, and he just likes to nom on it. I guess it feels good on his teeth. It's like, hey, I'm not complaining. Easy enough. My dog eats wood. Yeah, one of our my in-laws, their dog Louie, very sweet dog, but he'll eat sticks. He'll just munch on them. Yeah. Never been stung by a bee in 40 years. Knock on wood. The bees, not that threatening. It's the wasps, because like the bee knows if it stings you, it's dying. So like it's not going to sting you unless it really needs to. But the wasps, dude, they'll sting you just for the fun of it. It's messed up. Wasps are terrible. Like just dreadful. Just dreadful. I found a small nest that was being like growing in my garage, like on the garage door. I destroyed that thing. It's like, get out of here. We don't want you. We don't want your kind here. It's true. I'm a wasp hater, just like my daddy and his daddy for him. I don't tolerate wasps. Get them out. Get them out. I don't care. I don't care. Cancel me. I don't care. What did you use, a flamethrower? No, the real trick, you get a cup and or like Tupperware or whatever you want, but you get a cup or something and then you put a little bit of gasoline in it and the fumes knock them out and they just fall in. Like, I don't know if you've seen the videos of people doing it, but like this is what it does. Okay. The fumes make them pass out. Look how big those are. But the fumes make them pass out, they drop, and then they drown in the gasoline. And so they can't sting you. You can remove the whole thing, all of them. This is how you do it. This one guy. No! No! And then it's gone. They're actually pretty easy to get rid of once you know that trick. If you don't know that trick, this is kind of what the one I had looked like. If you don't know that trick, it can be extra tricky because, or extra difficult because like the second they sense you, they just start swarming. But you see how instantaneously, and then they're gone. Good camera angle. That's how you have to do it. You don't mess with wasps, dude. Like once they take over, they take over. I would miss and then spill the gasoline all over myself. Yeah. Oh no. Gas ain't cheap outside of the US though. Oh, you mean petrol? Dilly dilly. I mean, we're not talking, you don't need a gallon. Like you literally need like an inch, like all of 20 cents of gas. Like I just use the can from what we used to refill the lawnmower and just pour a little in the cup and then it's the fumes that are doing most of the work. Like the fumes are all you really need. You don't need much of the gas. You mean 1.462 liters? Yeah. How many milliliters is that? I don't know. Oh, we're running low on petrol. Good heavens. Yes, I imagine all of you talk that way. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I'm not even sorry about it. Not even sorry about it. Deal with it. Ooh. This is what you guys were talking about. This is what you guys were talking about. Hold on. Okay. Okay, here it is. Here it is. I wanted their major shareholders though. Damn it. Okay. So this is interesting. So new sort of segment. We did a video on this 6 months ago. a year ago. I forget which, like when exactly we did it. But dude, you remember this like viral clip because it was Horizon Zero Dawn. Okay, Horizon Zero Dawn. We all recognize it, Aloy and everything. And then there was news of an upcoming Tencent game called Lights of Morituri, I forget. And dude, it was just straight up Horizon, like 1-to-1, like hilariously so. Like it was a carbon copy. And they had these, you know, more trailers that looked identical. They had, I mean, come on, dude. Come on. You know what you're doing. Come on. There's no oops. There's no oopsie. We made a mistake. I mean, come on, dude. This is like hilariously on the nose. Okay. Everybody knows what you're doing. And, you know, the trailer, even down to the grass, like the red grass, identical across the board. But this is what the trailer looked like. Very Horizon-esque, right? Even some of these snippets in engine and in game, it looked very Horizon-like. The actual game is like a survival game. Like it's closer to Pal World than it is to Horizon. Okay, like it actually is not very much like Horizon in terms of actual gameplay. We saw an extended gameplay cut and it did not look anywhere near this good even. It looked really, really rough and really bad. But why am I bringing this up? Well, it's being reported by Reuters that Sony is suing. Oh my God. Okay, allow Jesus. Hold on. Okay. It's being reported by Reuters now that Sony is suing Tencent for this offense. Okay? They are, dude, these ads are so bad. A spokesperson for Tencent and the attorneys for Sony did not immediately respond to comment. They released Horizon, blah, 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 blah. But basically they are suing them specifically in California federal court, accusing the Chinese tech conglomerate of ripping off its popular Horizon series adventure games. Sony said in a lawsuit filed Friday that Tencent's upcoming Light of Motorum is a slavish clone of its games that copies several distinct Horizon elements and threatens to confuse buyers, which leads to potential lost revenue. Jesus, these ads are ridiculous. And honestly, yeah, fair. I think there's a case. Sony better watch out or Tencent will buy them. Dude, I think there's a real case here. The thing is, you know, it passes the gut check for sure, which is the initial thing. But these cases always take time to be established and to come to fruition, because usually what the lawyers are doing is they're trying to establish, first of all, engagement on Light of Motorum, I don't know. They're trying to establish interest so that then they can take that and extrapolate potential lost sales, because their case is basically going to be people will spend money on this game thinking it's Horizon because it looks so freaking similar. Like hilariously similar. And so by making it look so similar, they're going to confuse buyers and lead to people spending money on this when they meant to spend money on Horizon. Now, for you and I, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that this is not Horizon, that this is like a visual ripoff. Even if it's a unique game, it's visually clear what they're doing. But to a more casual gamer, I could see them getting confused by this and thinking that this is a Sony game because it looks so much like that thing they've seen trailers for and commercials for. And so they're going to run with that. Now, realistically, what happens? Maybe they do major like art direction overhauls. Maybe they do something like that. I don't know. Maybe they just settle and give Sony a big chunk of change and then still put this out as it is. I kind of doubt that. I think they would require some sort of visual distinction, because you got to remember, Sony is in business with Tencent in various ways. One example is with the parent company of From Software, Kadokawa, I'm not sure. They are invested pretty heavily in Kadokawa, specifically with regard to From Software, where they bought a chunk of them and Tencent has also bought a big chunk of them as well. As you can see here, they announced a strategic capital and business alliance with them, under which it acquired 12 million shares for roughly $300 million on January 7th, giving Sony a 10% stake and making them the largest single shareholder. Tencent's also been invested in them as well. And so they work together and they have connections together in certain business ventures, but I mean, this was so egregious that I'm not surprised they finally took matters into their own hands and are trying to take action. Because I think, I think there's pretty clearly a case. They could let them launch it and then file the lawsuit and claim damages. You know, we are owed a chunk of every copy you sold or something like that. But I don't know is exactly what their tact is here, but I mean, it's pretty clear what's happening here and that there almost certainly is a case. I mean, come on, dude. But this is the game. Like, it's a survival game. It doesn't play anything like Horizon, which is probably their primary defense, is that it looks damn near identical, but it doesn't play identically at all, except for maybe, you know, some of these larger boss fights and stuff. But beyond that, like, the core gameplay loop is going to be totally different. So we'll see what happens, but they're actually filing a lawsuit and trying to get the ball rolling on it, and we'll see what happens with it. Because as far as I know, we don't have even an estimated timeline of when this would see the light of day. But I mean, again, they knew what they were doing. There is no way this happens and they're like, oh no, it looks similar to Horizon. Aw, man. Like, there's no shot. They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing from the outset. Even the font is the same, okay? Like, they knew what they were doing. It's just they were kind of testing Sony to see if they could get away with it, and it looks like they can't. Maybe this is some big, like, 4D chess big brain thing, and they're doing this because they actually want... I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to bait Sony into a lawsuit. I don't know. I don't know. But it's crazy. It's crazy. This is like when you tell a friend, tell a joke to a friend, and they rip you off and tell it to a larger group as their own. I mean, what's crazy is that they almost certainly would make millions upon millions of dollars on that Lights of Materium game, because it's Tencent and they're massive and huge in China and Eastern markets. So they almost certainly would find amazing success with it. And it's so on the nose. It makes me wonder if this is some sort of 4D chess thing where they're like, hey, we want to bait Sony into a lawsuit so we can get discovery against them and we can use that information in another venture we're doing. Because it's so on the nose. Like, there's no way they did that and honestly thought they wouldn't be sued. You know? So I'm like, there's got to be some other angle to it. It just doesn't make sense how that could happen. And then they honestly have no idea that it's going to go over that way. But apparently, yeah. Look at how big Palworld is. People love their slop. And they love tedium, or they love games that they can kind of turn their brain off and go through the tedium in a way that's kind of, you know, satisfying. Palworld's satisfying because you can build a big base and then you can increase your collection of pals or whatever, and you can have fun with it. I kind of fell off after, I don't remember, 15, 20 hours or something. But Nikki, she put in a lot of hours. She played a lot of Palworld. Yeah, a lot. Can you sue for something that's not for sale yet? I can draw as much Horizon-inspired art as I like as long as I don't sell it. The point is, with this, they're going to sell it. They've made it pretty clear they're going to. It's kind of the whole point of them announcing it. So I'm sure PlayStation's ultimate goal would be to just get them to cancel it and not sell it. So you can do your inspired art as long as you're not selling it, yeah. But if you announced intention to sell it, then they might come at you and be like, hey, no, you can't do that. You know, you keep drawing, keep doing whatever art you want to do, but you can't sell it. In which case you'd probably go, okay, I won't sell it. But that's what this lawsuit's going to try to push them into doing, is just being like, nope. Okay. Let's talk about this, because people lost their minds over this over the weekend. Sorry, just texting back the team. Did you guys see this? You saw the fanboys losing their minds over this? Dude, people had meltdowns, like actual meltdowns over a job listing. It's kind of hilarious, honestly. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's do this. New segment. Okay, this dropped over the weekend, and dude, people have absolutely lost their minds. Senior Director, Multi-Platform and Account Management, United States in San Mateo, California. And what this job is for, okay? What the job is for is that you will report to Vice President, Commercial Management, and Senior Director of Multi-Platform and Account Management. You will play a critical leadership role in shaping and executing the global commercial strategy for PlayStation Studio software titles across all digital platforms beyond PlayStation hardware, including Steam, Epic Game Store, Xbox, Nintendo, and mobile. People lost their minds. Why? Because this reveals that Sony is actively hiring people in executive leadership roles with the goal of creating a strategy to bring PlayStation Studios titles, okay? PlayStation Studios, that's like the big guys. That's games like Santa Monica Studios. Naughty Dog is included in PlayStation Studios. Guerrilla is included in there. Insomniac's included in there. And this person's being hired to create a strategy for PlayStation Studios titles across all digital platforms beyond PlayStation hardware, including Steam, Epic, Xbox, Nintendo, and even mobile. The role is accountable for optimizing title profitability, ensuring cross-functional alignment, and leading a high-performing team focused on multi-platform expansion, mid-range commercial planning, and platform partner management. Basically, this is going to be a role where somebody is hired to manage people focused on, Xbox PC, trying to create a plan for where to bring games, when, for how much, how to market them, all of that. Okay? All of that. Now, there's been a number of crash outs. I was going to show you some of the clips of them, but I figured there's some of these guys that I think are trying to rage bait and clip farm, and so they're trying to get you to react to their stuff, so I'm not going to do that. Instead, I will just let you know there are people that are losing their minds over this. My perspective on this is, for one, we don't know the details exactly of how this plan will roll out, likely because this person is going to be determining that plan. Okay? This is their intention. They want, like the executive team that's hiring you, want you to bring these games to these other platforms. But does that mean day and date? Very possibly, but maybe not. Does that mean same price point? Very possibly, but maybe not. Does that mean, that they're bringing everything in their catalog to these other platforms? Possibly, but maybe not. It's all up in the air because this person will likely be deciding a good amount of that, and you're going to be reporting to the vice president in order to justify your actions. And the vice president might say, yeah, everything's going to every platform. And you have to figure out how to do that. That's what's being hired. But I think it jives with what we understand about PlayStation's broader business right now, which is that games are crushingly expensive to make. It is extremely difficult to maintain profitability on the big budget items, especially licensed games, whether that be a Wolverine, Spider-Man, Venom game, whatever it is. Very expensive. And, excuse me, my coffee's not doing the job today. Very expensive to pull off, no doubt. But they found kind of a hack with this. You know, they found a way where they can bring games to other platforms and generate a lot of revenue. I mean, even right now, I've seen, I think Destin did this, where he just did some quick napkin math. Xbox has what, 30 million units out there. If you were to bring a game like, I don't know, let's use an extreme example, like a Uncharted. If you brought Uncharted the Thieves Collection to Xbox and it sells 1 million units, okay, let's say that, and you're listing it likely for 70 would be my guess on the Xbox store. So 70, and we do 1 million units over the course of its lifespan, we're generating an extra 70 million. Yes, PlayStation's taking, or Xbox is taking a cut of that, but you're still bringing in tens upon tens of millions of dollars. Like, that's not insignificant, you know? And that's assuming that just 1 million, a 30th of the platform will buy it. If you brought like Spider-Man to Xbox, that might sell 3 to 4 million copies, you know? That might sell 3 to 4 million. If we say 4 million, you know, even after you take out Xbox's cut, like, you're still making crazy money. And at some point, and yeah, these numbers are high, absolutely, but at some point, you got to remember that like, this is a business, and the primary reason for exclusives for the longest time was to try and win market share. And the idea was, for a lot of people, that you were going to buy into that platform for the content. Nowadays, that just doesn't really happen. Matt Piscatella over on Blue Sky had this thread, and if you don't know Matt, he's a executive director and video game industry analyst at Circana, or NPD. So is a guy that does a lot of industry analysis and stuff. You've probably heard quotes and stuff from him over the years, but he said, all of those PC buyers of Helldivers 2 or Marvel's Spider-Man didn't just buy a PlayStation instead. All those PlayStation players that have bought Forza Horizon 5 didn't buy an Xbox before buying the game. And all the Xbox players that brought MLB The Show didn't go buy a PlayStation instead. People have their preferred platforms on which they like to play. Few console players own multiple consoles, let alone all three. PC players love playing on PC, and many others play on mobile exclusively. Huge numbers just play Fortnite or Roblox, and games as a platform are only getting bigger. If you want to still think it's 2005 and there's a group of video game players out there who are going to move away from their preferred platforms on which they have accumulated nearly 20 years of content in their libraries and buy an entirely new system to play one game, well, have fun with that. People are, in other words, people are entrenched. People are entrenched. It's why also you can have really cool little pieces of tech, like a folding phone, you know, that's very graphically or in terms of hardware, very impressive. You can have something like that. But if you've been using iPhone for 10 years, 15 years, all of your content's on there, all of your accounts are on there, everything's on there, all of your contacts, message, everything. You're entrenched. You're in the ecosystem, you know, like, you're not going to likely move over just because there's one cool new thing over on the other team, you know, you're entrenched. Look around. Formerly console exclusive IP are finding tremendous success with multi-platform strategies. Best chance for success is to just reach as many potential players as possible, especially considering just how greedy and massive the biggest live service behemoths are. It's not about the box. But what about Nintendo? Nintendo is a unicorn. No other company can replicate what it does, the brand loyalty it has built over decades, or the massive cultural presence of its IP. Look at literally any other company and what they're trying to do to fend off Fortnite, mobile, or Roblox. This is one of those things where it's Nintendo can do it. Nintendo can release games like exclusive to their platform and never put them on sale and do all of that. Yeah. It's Nintendo. Like, I don't know. We say it all the time. It's Nintendo. But that really is just the counter. Like, they are their own special thing. I get it. It's weird. It doesn't make sense in the broader context of the industry, but it's Nintendo. You know, when you are Nintendo and you've been around for 30, 40, whatever years in the like gaming space, I understand they're like a century old, but like, you get what I mean? If you've been around forever and you have that brand loyalty, you can get away with stuff others just can't. This market is not going back to a world of high walled gardens and expensive barriers to player entry, not in a market that is this competitive with so much content that is widely available on any device, which is quite often free to play. The console wars have been over for a while. Let it go. But, you can't say that. Generational too. Gen Z and Gen Alpha expect their games to be everywhere. If they aren't, they won't play them and move on to something else, like TikTok. 100% correct. And this is the thing. Industries change. They evolve. They shift. And you can either shift with it or you can drown. You can either go with the tide and where it's taking you, or you can get capsized. Like at some point, you can keep trying to act like he said, like it's 2005, or you can realize that the market's changing. The reality of the situation is that like Spider-Man 2, according to the leaked Insomniac stuff, cost about $300 million to make. That is so incredibly expensive that console exclusivity like only really makes sense if you're selling consoles with it, if you are increasing market share, and therefore it's not just the cost of developing the game. You can almost work it as though it's platform marketing. Like you're getting people to transition from Xbox to PlayStation because they're buying the console to get that game, or they're moving from PC over. But that's just not how people work. People are entrenched. And then the other aspect of this, and this is one that I think is much harder to quantify, is that now that the precedent has been set that you are going to bring games to these other platforms eventually, now that PC gamers know that eventually they will get God of War, whatever, Egypt on Steam. Eventually they will get The Last of Us Part 2 on Steam, which they did. Eventually they will get this or that on Steam. It's just a matter of patience. Now there's very little reason to go out and buy a $700 PlayStation 5 Pro or a $500 50 or $550, I don't remember where it is now, base PS5. There's very little reason to do that because if you just wait a year, you'll get that same game. So just wait. So now people have had a taste of the cross-platform strategy and so I can just stay on the platform I like. If I like Xbox, I can stay on Xbox. If I like PlayStation, I stay on PlayStation. If I like PC, I can stay on PC. Like, why would they go and cough up a ton of cash to get into a new platform when they know they're going to get the games anyways? So now that they've given players a taste of it and they've experimented with it, now players, I think, are even more entrenched than they were before because they know they can just wait. If PlayStation still today had not brought anything cross-platform and still had all of their exclusives just on PlayStation, I think you might actually see some people buying PlayStations just to get access to like a Last of Us or to a new God of War or something like that. But now that they've started to experiment with the cross-platform stuff, I think people are even more entrenched than they were before. This one I also saw retweeted a few different spots, which follows in line with the Matt Piscatella bit. Noble said, people who buy a hardware system these days, they're doing it because of the ecosystem, because of their friends list. You're not going to get people to transition consoles because of exclusives anymore. We're way beyond that point. And I think that this is a component of it. The games business, which is run by Christopher Dring, he mentioned this in his podcast, which is, bring your games to other platforms is how you're going to win. And basically describes, in some extended detail, how the multi-format structure is the only thing that's shown consistent growth and increased revenue at the end of the day. Everything else is either going flat or shrinking. Because there's only so much money to go around, there's only so much time to go around, and you have to find a way to make the numbers go up. As I've said a bajillion times, all of corporate America, international corporatism just in general, it is literally about make the numbers get bigger, make the number go up. If you can do that, the stock price goes up, you get to keep your job. The business is okay. The moment that your business stagnates and is maintaining its position, you get all of the speculative investors, retail investors, everybody pulls out, and then you become like utility companies, which pay dividends to get people to buy them, but they don't really grow. They just are what they are. And that doesn't work in the tech space. In the tech space, you have to be valued at significantly higher multiples of your earnings per share. And that only works if you're growing significantly, because they basically build in a premium for a high growth stock. And in this case, the games industry has actually been flat or shrinking over the last 2 to 3 years. It's specifically increasing revenue by bringing your games to multiple platforms where people are seeing growth. And I think that that's why they keep doing it. So hearing that they're hiring somebody, you know, this literally could end up just being a guy that goes and says, okay, we're just going to keep doing things the exact same way. You will get the next God of War on PC, but you'll get it in a year. And we're not going to bring it to Xbox because we just don't want to, as a point of principle. It could be that it's literally just same old, nothing changes. But this does at least suggest that they are continuing to commit to that strategy of bringing things to other platforms. I know some people have read this that, oh, they're bringing all of their games to all of these platforms at the same time. I don't think that that's what this says. Maybe that is what they end up doing. But again, they're hiring this guy to help decide that. So it doesn't really make sense to throw a fit.
Jimbo404 donated $10 through Super Chat. The 7th and 8th generations made it really clear that good games are the good business, not consoles.
Sweet. 7th and 8th generations really made clear games are the good business, not consoles. Well, ultimately, like, the box is just not as important, you know? The box is just not that important. Ultimately, people want to buy the games that they find fun and engaging, and they want to stay where they are or where they like playing the best. And if you are a high-end, like, enthusiast PC player, you're probably not the kind that's going to, in your mind, step down to a console just to play a game a little sooner, unless it's like a huge deal like a GTA 6 or something. But, you know, pointing to GTA 6 as the counter for why consoles and stuff are still massive, I think that again misses the point. GTA 6 is a once in a decade or once in a quarter century game. You know, I don't think you can make a comparison. Step down, F off. That's why I said step down in their mind. You know, if you're used to playing on a 4090, 5090, whatever at 4K, 120 frames, like it's nothing, and then you go to like a console that's trying to, you know, render internally at 1200p and upscale to 1440 on performance mode, it feels like a step down. You know, it feels like a step down. If you're playing on like a 3060, 3070, it might not actually be a step down. But like if you're a high-end enthusiast gamer, I mean, it pretty clearly is a step down in terms of firepower and everything, you know. Let's see. Very true. I think hardware development is reaching diminishing returns. Oh, it is. And every generation, it gets a little less remarkable, the improvements. So that's definitely an element of it. You remember how one of the big selling points of the PS5 was supposed to be the 3D audio stuff, because they used it to sell those headsets and headphones they had. And that was like a big point of the console, was that you could have 3D audio in your games. And that's just been totally absent. Like nobody ever talks about it. You know, it's just like everybody forgot about it, you know? Okay, 53 Nights, that is kind of funny. PC players play with settings, not games. That is a little funny. I'll give you that. Are you thinking of when I was trying to get Cyberpunk to work with the update without crashing? Is that what you're referring to? Because, yeah, sometimes that's what it is. But anyway, I understand some people are freaking out because this represents, in a lot of ways, the end of an era. You know, in some people's minds, I would argue that the era has been ended for a very long time, and this is just further evidence of that. I don't think anybody within these big companies are viewing, like, I don't think any of them are viewing the next 5 years or the next generation anywhere close to the way it was viewed in the PS4 era. I think they all are looking at doing multi-platform stuff and trying to get their games on as many platforms just to make ends meet, because that's what you have to do. It's what you got to do now. So, the 3D audio works like a charm in most games. Well, when it's used, yeah, I think it is cool. I think it's not marketed because it's really hard to market as a feature. It's like I don't know if you've ever worked in retail or something, but we had this all the time. Like, I remember even they did it with like the PS4 Pro. They were trying to describe what 4K was to people who had never seen 4K.
Tara Racing donated 10 euros.
And it's really
through
tough to
Super Chat.
describe, you know?
I'm lucky and work hard. I have PC, PS5 and XBX. You are right, and it's not always graphics. Sometimes it's just wanting the achievements on Steam, knowing it will come to PC eventually and outperform.
Yeah, and there's also a component where I was talking to a buddy of mine. He said he's waiting for a lot of these games to come to PC because so many of them are launching like pretty rough and broken and buggy and all that. And so he's like, I'll just wait till it comes to PC, because by the time it comes to PC, theoretically it's been polished up and, you know, it's going to run way better. That's at least the idea. Every once in a while there's an exception, like The Last of Us Part 1, but theoretically it should run better, you know? Yeah. But yeah, you work your butt off, you can get every platform. I think the key thing to remember, and this is something I am always bringing up too, because I'm somebody who has pretty much every platform, like, because I do this for a living, so I can justify having every platform. But not everybody will have a PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Not everybody will have that. Let's see. Oh, right, I wanted to do this because I was like, which other tabs do we have? The guy that likes Skull and Bones. I want to see this. I'm genuinely curious. I want to talk about this. My 53 nights. My wife won't let me. Well, that's the thing that's really tough. I mean, yeah, you can work hard, be lucky, and all that. But if your wife doesn't want to, yeah, fair point. Fair point. Oh man, that's so freaking funny. Oh man, I also just got word that we locked in one of the deals we've been working on. Jake, my manager, is a goat. Not an actual goat, but that would be cool. But yeah. I can't wait to share this one with you guys. It's absolutely crazy. I can't decide if I want to keep the Fold or not, dude. I can't decide. Because I got the Z Fold 7 and I've been trying it for like 3-4 days, whatever it's been. And using it, I have my S25. Because basically, if I want to keep it, I send this off for trade-in and, keep the Fold. If I don't like it, I return the Fold and I keep the S25. I can't decide if I like it enough to keep it, though. There was no crease for the first solid, 2-3 days I used it. And now that I've been using it more, there is a crease. So the crease, maybe I can get the reflection. Yeah, you can see the crease. Now there is a crease, which is frustrating because it was one of the main reasons I like the idea of upgrading to it, because they finally fixed the crease, which they didn't really do. It's also very thin, which is nice, but everybody, if you have a phone, just to put it in perspective, this phone costs $2,000 before trade-ins and stuff. So you're going to put a case on it. It can be thin, that's nice, but you're going to put a case on it, because if you're not a total moron, you don't want to drop it and have the entire thing ruined, of course. But then once you put the case on, it's not that thin anymore. And so you're like, okay, well, it's still cool to have a phone that can be folded and can go back and forth between the two. It is genuinely cool. It is very cool, but I'm going back and forth. Can't make up my mind. It's a problem. The crease looks good. Not every foldable looks like that. Yeah, I mean, there's always going to a certain degree. There's always going to be a crease. But for me, the bigger frustration is just with the app support. There's a lot of problems with app support where they're not creating apps that fully take advantage of the extra real estate. It's way better than it was. My first foldable was the Z Fold 3. And that thing, half the apps you would boot up, if you tried to transition to the unfolded mode, the app would crash and you'd lose whatever you were doing. So it's way better than it was before, which I'll give them that. But yeah, it's just it's not quite there yet. But anyway, we'll figure that out. My screen on the last Fold I had broken a few months. It's bad. I take it back. So Nikki used to use the flips. So the one that is like a clamshell and opens and closes like that. And she really, really liked it for a while, but eventually she transitioned to iPhone for a little bit, and she's been on iPhone for a year and a half, 2 years or so. And so I had this extra Z Fold or Z Flip 5 or Z Flip 6, whatever it was. And so I gave it to my brother-in-law because he needed a new phone. So I was like, here, take this, use it. It's just sitting on my desk, like doing nothing. And so he used it, and I feel so bad. Literally, like, he was over at our house playing D&D, and my cat Hermione, you know Hermione, she's the little black cat. She comes in the studio every once in a while. She came over. She's like rubbing up against him, and she stepped on his phone while it's unfolded laying in front of him. And her little claw, even though like we trim them all the time, her little claw must have pressed on the crease in just the right spot where it popped it. And initially it just killed like 5 or 6 pixels. Now, like, the whole strip in the middle is dead. But that's considered like user error. They won't replace it under warranty. So he'd have to pay like, I don't even know, $400 or $500 to get the screen replaced. Like, that sucks. That sucks. And I'm mortified something like that will happen on this, because I don't even know how much this would be to replace. Like, I can't even imagine. I know they have like Samsung Care stuff, so they have things like that make it more doable, but I mean, this thing's not going to be cheap to replace. It's like huge. You know? At that point, just buy a new phone. Like, Jesus. Man. Would the cat owner be liable? Probably, yeah. Yeah. Probably. I mean, for him, he was still like, yeah, no, it's fine. Like, for him, it was just a free phone. So he was just like glad to have a phone. But I felt really bad because I gave it to him. It was really cool. And then like the week after that, you know, he gets it. It gets popped by the cat. Is this the 7? Yeah, this is the 7. It's the 7. The OtterBox case is also really, really nice. The Samsung cases that they send out literally only go on the back plate. Like, the whole front of the phone is not protected in the Samsung official cases, which is really weird to me. It's like, you drop the phone, if it lands like this on the back, it's fine. If it lands on the front, like screen down, it shatters. Like, how is that a case, you know? So thin, I'm tempted. Dude, it is genuinely very, very thin. I wonder if I can pop it out real quick to show you. It is genuinely very, very pretty. Like, it is a little outrageous. Come on. Like, that is ridiculous. Folded, this is it next to an S25 Ultra, okay? When they're both in the cases, come on, focus, damn it. It's like the same, it's the same thickness, if not a little thinner than the S25. It's like actually ridiculous. I just can't fathom it. It's like a little insane. Romeo on the front. Like, that's crazy. But you're gonna use a case with this, right? There's no way you're just running with this without a case. If you drop this, like, my first like 3 cars combined were still cheaper than this phone. Like, I'm gonna use a case. You know, the thin thing is cool. I like that it's thin, but we're using a case, dude. Like, we're using a case. Samuel, thank you for that one. Hey, look, having trouble joining Discord. I connected my YouTube account, but Luke Stevens Live isn't showing up. I must sell my soul to Discord if I have to. I wonder if it's a country issue. I think I can take care of you. I think I can fix that. Go and send me like an email at luke@28thave.com. It goes to me and my manager. Just say who you are and username and link your channel and everything. And I think I can brute force it. I don't do this for everybody, but it's because like you've been a member forever, so I think I can make an exception for you. I think I can brute force it for you. I got you. But I have to have some way of like contacting you directly. So Squidsy, you're also having trouble? Okay. I will, because I know some people have had trouble. Hold on. Is this a Canadian issue? That would be interesting if it's... For me, I had to disable my VPN for it to show. Oh, interesting. Maybe try that, guys, if you have a VPN. Maybe we're considered adults only. That's why you can't get in. Maybe that's why. Huh. I'm Swedish and cannot join. I don't have a VPN. Okay. If you have, I figured it was because I was gifted a sub. We're all dads. I have the same issue. Okay. I'm sorry to hear so many people are having issues with it because it's supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be easy. But what you can do if you have a membership, okay? If you have a membership, send me an email at that link I just described with your username and everything, and I can verify you're a member, and I should be able to brute force you in. But try that. Just rewind the stream and send me an email to that address, okay? I'm going to try to get you sorted out so you can get into the Discord and see our members only and sub only videos. Hey, Luke, here's a thought. The Sims 4 made $320 million in the US in 2025, yet no one, not even Inzoi, has come close to replicating it. Why is it so hard to succeed in this genre despite its proven appeal? I think it's proven appeal, but it's also a matter of familiarity. People who play Sims, like no life Sims, and they go hard for it, and they've been playing it since they were 5 years old, and they know it like the back of their hands, and so they have a lot of brand loyalty to the game and to the franchise specifically. So I think that's a big component of it. Like I know somebody from college, and she's not like a gamer, I wouldn't say, but she has a laptop and she plays The Sims. Like that's what she plays. I can't even imagine how many thousands of hours she has, but she plays The Sims, and that's what she plays. And I think like Inzoi could look really cool, but I don't think she's moving from The Sims. You know, I think she's fully committed. The other aspect of it too is that a lot of these people have spent ridiculous amounts of money on DLC and expansions, and that helps pay for The Sims as well, you know, development, but it also locks them down into the platform. You know, that's a big component. Terrorizing. To join the Discord, you just have to be a YouTube member or a Twitch sub, and then you should be able to connect your account and get access to it. But I'm hearing a lot of people are having trouble with it, so I'm gonna investigate that and figure that out. But yeah, send me an email directly, and I can probably brute force it. Okay, let's talk about this. New segment for the masses. Prepare your asses for Skull and Bones. Skibbity doo da. Jack, 13 months membership. Booyah. A few months ago, I adopted a 1-year-old pit boy Australian Shepherd mix. Ooh, baby. She chews like crazy, I would bet, and got her these dried yak milk sticks, and they're great. Dude, I bought some of those for Romeo too because he's teething. He won't touch the damn things. He won't touch the damn things. Even though, like, some of the reviews I saw, the dogs were loving them. He won't touch them. He don't care. He don't care at all. But yeah, I have some of those. I have some of those yak cheese sticks. But Mr. Romeo, he's just, I guess he's vegan. I don't know. he's totally uninterested. But yeah, I'm glad to hear your puppers likes them. Look at the post office or infected blood scandal. UK government has terrible track record. As for different people in charge, well, that's looking pretty likely. From the US, it looked like it was likely. I thought like last election, or was it earlier this year or late last year? I thought you guys were likely to flip your government pretty significantly, but I guess it didn't happen. I don't know. I don't understand the UK's political system. I don't think anybody does. Seems thoroughly confusing. So I won't try to understand it, but hopefully you guys figure it out. Kick-Ass, thank you for the 5. Hey, Luke, have you seen the new Phantom Blade 0 20-minute gameplay? Blade 0 20-minute gameplay. Oh, I copied the same bit. I have. I have it pulled up. I want to do a deep dive into it, though. I want to do a deep dive into Phantom Blade 0. So I'm not sure if we'll do it this stream or next stream, but yeah, I want to go through like all of it. Try microwaving them for 30 seconds to soften them and try again. Ooh, good idea. I will try that because I still have them in the bag. I just haven't done anything with them. I'll try that. That's a good idea. Let's see, Derek. There was talk on X that we have a similar bill floating around the US. There's one lawmaker, I don't remember where he's from. He was in the House, but there was one lawmaker that was saying he wanted to pass a bill that was basically in line with the Stop Killing Games thing. And he wanted to bring that to the floor. The problem is, like, these guys will bring the bill to the floor, and it's like all these 70 and 80-year-old dudes that have no idea what they're talking about. They've never written an email in their life. Like, they don't use phones. Like, they have no idea what they're doing. And you're asking them to regulate video games, and it's it's kind of depressing because it's like, yeah, they have no idea what they're talking about. They're like, oh, so we should regulate it like the arcades back in the 80s. I remember those. When I was 45, I went to an arcade in 1980. It was really cool. Let's regulate it like that. It's like, yeah, these are the people that we're going to trust to regulate it. It all sucks. That's the takeaway. Everything sucks. Everything's terrible. So there's that. Let's do this. New segment. Really, for real this time. So we finally found him, ladies and gents. We found the one guy that has something nice to say about Skull and Bones. I think I know where he's going with this video. This is Mr. Fruit, who you guys say blew up with like Destiny coverage, I believe, back in the day. 2 million sub channel. Can you imagine? Oh, baby. But in this video, he's just simply titled it, Hear Me Out, Skull and Bones. And apparently this is a video in defense of Skull and Bones, explaining why he likes it and what is good about it. My prediction for this is that I think he's going to basically say, for what it is, it's a good game. Like as a game where you sail around in ships and do tedious things, it's good. If you ignore what we wanted it to be, if you ignore the like legacy of Black Flag, if you ignore all of that, it can be good. I think that's the spin we're gonna get. We'll see if I'm right, but that's my personal guess. Because otherwise, I don't know how you could have nice things to say. But let's see, dude. I've even met people at Ubisoft. When I went to Ubisoft Quebec back in, I think it was January for AC Shadows stuff, they were cracking jokes about Skull and Bones. Like, even they were cracking jokes about it. Being like, oh, you didn't buy that, did you? And they work for the company. So even Ubisoft is like, oh, yeah. But, yeah, I'm open-minded. I'm open-minded. Convince me. Show me the error of my ways. What have I got wrong?
That's right, I'm talking about the world's first quadruple A game. Hear me out. Skull and Bones. The game delayed so long, everyone thought it would get canceled, but apparently legal reasons prevented Ubisoft from doing so. The pirate game where boarding an enemy ship is just a simple cutscene. Yeah, that game. For those who know about Skull and Bones, I wager majority of you know of it, but have never played it. Only hearing about it through controversy or negative press, I imagine. For everyone else, let me explain. Skull and Bones is a naval online action RPG created by Ubisoft. It was first announced during their 2017 E3 press conference. Its initial release date was set to be the fall of 2018. They ended up narrowly missing that target date by about 6 years. It finally released in February of 2024. The initial reveal of the game made it seem something more akin to a hero shooter, but with pirate ships. What we ended up getting was quite the opposite. Instead, it's now an online open-world RPG with resource gathering, crafting, leveling, quests, progression, and more. What people were expecting was something akin to Assassin's Creed Black Flag's naval combat, but multiplayer. Skull and Bones is not that. And I wouldn't really say it's a pirate simulator either. In fact, the Steam store calling it a naval online action RPG is pretty apt. I found that I started to enjoy it when I stopped thinking about what it could be and instead played it for what it is.
This happens a lot, to be fair, where a lot of people will critique and discuss games because they don't live up to what they wanted it to be, and they're frustrated by that, and so it's therefore bad. But you have to always kind of meet the game sort of in a halfway spot between what you were hoping it would be, what you imagined it would be, and what it is, and what they were trying to make, you know? Otherwise, it's just unfair. Like, if you play the original Last of Us game and you're pissed off because it doesn't have an open world, like, that's a stupid reason to not like The Last of Us. You know, like, it's not what it was trying to be. So, of course, it's not going to have that. And it's not going to be good at that thing because it's not what it is. With Skull and Bones, though, I feel like it's really tough to separate out the legacy of Black Flag from it. Because even, I mean, it's easy to forget now, but Black Flag launches in, like, 2014. It's beloved, almost immediately a classic. People eat it up and adore it. And over the next 3 years, which is, it's weird to think Black Flag to 2017 is only like 3 years, but over the course of the next 3 years, there's leaks, there's rumors of them. 2013, okay, so 4 years. There's leaks and rumors over, you're right, because Unity's 2014. But over the next few years, there's leaks and rumors of a Black Flag game being made for like multiplayer, like a big MMO sort of Black Flag game, and people are really excited about that. They're like, interesting, that could be cool. And so immediately the expectations started to be set, and it just kind of makes sense. Ubisoft just made a really well received and appreciated pirate game. They're doing an online game. They're probably going to do basically Black Flag but online. And I think that is why the expectations immediately started there. The other problem for Black Flag, as I'm sure he's going to get into, is that over the next, you know, after they announced it, 6-7 years, it changed so much, so many times, that by the time it came out, nobody knew what it was supposed to be anymore. Nobody knew what the vision was because it had changed like 3-4 times. I think they went through 3 separate game directors over the course of that, like, 6-7 year period. I see what you're doing, Lames. I see what you're doing.
It's less a pirate game and more a pirate ship game. Think of your character as the pirate ship, and the game makes a lot more sense. The game's been out for...
Yeah, dude, they have healer ships. Which, like, it's just so insane. Like, again, like, okay, we're just going to make Overwatch, but with ships. That's kind of what it started as. And so they had healer ships, and you're going to launch these barrels that heal other ships. And of course, your ship has stamina, which got memed into oblivion. The idea was basically, no, it's not the ship that has stamina. It's the crew that has stamina, but it also feels weird. So, yeah, it's just... But he's right. He's right. It's a pirate ship game. It's not a pirate game.
For over a year now, and just recently entered its Year 2 Season 2 update. So why now? And honestly, it's because I saw some tweet months ago about how they're looking into on-foot combat and had some teaser footage. I'm not sure when it's planned to enter the game, but that tweet did one major thing for me. It reminded me that this game exists. And then imagine my surprise when I find out it's still getting updates. Not only that, but we're talking potential major overhauls like on-foot combat? The heck they doing over there? Now look, Ubisoft can be a bit of a red flag, so I understand your hesitation. But I'll give them one thing. They end up supporting games for a lot longer than I or anyone else think they probably would. I don't know if this is more of the legal behind-the-scenes stuff that we're not privy to, which seemingly forced them to see the project to completion in the first place. So perhaps there's something about providing X amount of years of updates post-launch. But here's what I do know. I'm glad they are. Because
here's what I think, and I've said this in videos I've done on this. I think they are keeping this alive, afloat, dare I say. They're doing it specifically because there is the rumored Black Flag remake that's coming late at the end of this year, probably more like early next year based on current understandings of where the game is in development. But they have a Black Flag remake coming out, and that works out where they're going to be adding on-land combat at almost exactly the same time or right before that Black Flag remake comes out. So I think their goal is to basically get the game to be, at least structurally and in terms of format, what people wanted it to be, which is Black Flag, but online with friends. And then they're going to announce year 3 content support right as Black Flag comes out. And they're going to do some big cross promotion where like, oh, you get Edward Kenway, or there's an Edward Kenway quest within Skull and Bones or something like that. And they're going to try to bring people over who play Black Flag's remake and are like, that was awesome, I want more of that. And they're like, yeah, we'd have more. We do over here in Skull and Bones. And their hope is that they can win people over with that. And I think it's not a bad idea, honestly. Like if they can actually get decent hand-to-hand combat, some decent new questing and things like that that make it not so repetitious, I think it actually could be genuinely successful. Because as I said from the outset, like all the way back in 2017, I'm sure I said this basically just that if they did Black Flag online, I think that's successful. I think people would play that and enjoy it. Just Black Flag, but with friends. I think that does well, but that's not what Skull and Bones is. But they're actually slowly morphing it into that, which is why I think we could actually see sort of a comeback for Skull and Bones. It's not impossible. It's not impossible, dude.
Because here's the hottest take you'll hear all day. Skull and Bones kind of slaps. So after seeing that tweet,
I'm willing to be convinced. I'm willing to be convinced. Convince me.
I made a note to hop back into Skull and Bones when I had a chance to see what's up, just as a refresher, so I'd remember to keep my eyes out for whenever this big overhaul update thing is coming. I logged on expecting to spend a few minutes putzing around, and instead, well, I've been Skull and Bones pilled for a week.
Dude, 65 hours?
Jimbo404 donated $10 through Super Chat. Let him cook.
Thank you for the 10. Let him cook. He's burning at this point. I'm open-minded. I want to hear the case, because I've gotten to play. I've not put in 65 hours, to be fair. I did get to play a very late end game build on a couple of occasions as part of like preview events that they did. So I have tried end game Skull and Bones. I just didn't have to grind for it. And even then I was like, my problem is with the format and the content. Like there's not enough content there, at least yet. But let's see.
Now, so instead of spending,
dude, if this was sponsored, it'd be very funny. Can you imagine? I'm waiting for the shoe to drop. It's sponsored. No. He's got Advanced GG as a sponsored new fruit lemonade. Okay, cool.
Spending more time telling you what it is, what it could have been, the problems people have with it, or why many didn't give it a chance. Mind you, I'm not saying that stuff isn't important or that the people were wrong for thinking that. I'm just here to tell you why I'm loving Skull and Bones. And I never thought that would be a sentence to come out of my mouth. Let me walk you through a typical Skull and Bones gameplay loop. You log in and grab as many bounties, quests, and jobs as you can hold from one of the 2 major outposts. You ensure you've got enough food and ammo for your voyage, collect any resources that were refined while you were away, and queue up some more. You look at the new ship blueprint you've been dying to craft, and then track the recipe so you remember what items you need while you're out sailing. You almost forget to go to your illegal hideout to check in on your black market enterprise. Perhaps there's some interesting supplies available or new orders to fulfill. Finally, you set sail. You pull up your map and try to decide what to do first. Should I go based on proximity or interest? Buy infamy to gain or loot to be plundered? You finally make a decision and, almost without fail, come across something that distracts you along the way. It could be a convoy escorting some supply ships that are just asking to be plundered, a rival gang of pirates who ambush you after noticing some black market materials you have on board, a roaming boss with a hefty bounty you could claim, a giant sea monster that reminds you you're going to need a bigger boat, or even a sudden call for help from other players who need help with their current objective. Whatever it turns out to be, it begins a chain of events that never seems to stop. And there's always something to fight. Each server holds up to 16 players, and while the world is fairly large, you'll usually happen upon a few during your journey, even if you don't answer any of these SOS calls. Personally, whenever I see a fellow pirate engaged in an event, I almost always try to help. I know how much I appreciated it when other people helped me, especially when I was lower level, so I just try to pay it forward. Yarg, that's a wholesome. Suddenly you found yourself...
Yarg, that's wholesome. So maybe it's just me. Like, my brain does not get a dopamine rush from doing like the same thing so many times unless the reward is significant. Like, if I'm grinding in Monster Hunter and I'm trying to get like, you know, the plate I need, or I'm trying to get a gem or whatever I'm trying to get, the grinding might get tedious and frustrating. And it's like, I fought this Odageron 15 times. I'm going crazy. And you're just going through the motions because it's the same thing. Just like with this, it's the same fights against the same types of ships over and over and over again. But you put up with it because you know the reward's going to be so good. And, you know, in that case, you finally get the plate you need or the whatever material you need. You get to craft the armor and it's a rush and it makes it all worth it, right? In this, I like, you get to upgrade the ship a little bit. You might get some new cosmetics and stuff. But in my experience with Skull and Bones, there's so much grind associated with such little payoff that it's really tough to get that dopamine payoff to make it worth it. Yeah, like the cosmetics were poor also. Well, and I don't know. I liked that in Black Flag, you know, as you're doing upgrades, they're tangible, but they're also like not just like you see it visually represented on the ship, but it also can totally alter and change the gameplay. It can change what types of ships you're able to take on and fight against. It can significantly change it. With live service games, the age-old problem is that they're trying to make something you can play for hundreds of hours. So they have to break down those big leaps of improvement into smaller bite-sized portions. So you can, like, you know, oh, I got a 1.5% damage boost. Ooh, I got a plus 50 to my health. Now I have 4,085 health instead of 4,035. Like, they're trying to make it small enough that there's lots of content for you to grind, but that means that each improvement is pretty minimal and iterative over time. And I don't know, at least for my brain, it just does not tickle anything. Like, it doesn't give me the dopamine rush to keep me grinding. But maybe some people it works with them and their brain chemistry, and it's enough to keep them engaged. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Why does he sound like Mario trying to do a pirate accent? That's a little funny. Hold on.
When I was lower level, so I just try to pay it forward. Yarg, that's a wholesome. Suddenly you...
Dude, that's pretty close, Katie. Yeah, he sounds like Mario trying to do a pirate accent.
Me, especially when I was lower level, so I just try to pay it forward. Yarg, that's a wholesome. Suddenly...
I was like, Yarg. That's a wholesome.
You found yourself in quite a few kerfuffles. Perhaps you plundered a fort or two. You bought some supplies from a settlement, completed the side quest, and collected a few resource nodes. Before you know it, your ship's cargo hold is completely full. So you find the nearest place to dock. Upon arriving, you realize one of those treasure maps you looted off a random ship leads to a chest in this location. You don't pretend yourself into thinking it's at all trivial, since there's a giant glow emanating from the buried goods. You dig it up, gather goods, and dump all non-essential.
That's the other thing with Skull and Bones, is the inventory menus and stuff are ungodly. Like, look at this. like, I feel like you need to just take 10 minutes to understand what each menu is trying to even tell you. It's just like a cargo box full of garbage, and then another one in your warehouse full of food and other garbage. Like, it's just so tough to read. It's not well sorted. It's
essentials into your
I'm sure you
pirate
get
warehouse.
used to it.
With a lighter
Damn.
load, you take assessment once more to see what's next on the docket. If perhaps that something is on the other side of the world, as long as you've unlocked a fast travel point, you pay a small silver fee to make the trip much shorter and to start your conquest anew. That, in a nutshell, is Skull and Bones. A combination of different events happening around this fantastical pirate world that are always just enticing enough to get you to join. And why do I say fantastically? Well, I mean, literally, it's like a fantasy world. I mean, look, I'm fighting a freaking dragon, bro. And with everything you do, you're always rewarded. Whether it be resources, weapons, ship furniture, infamy, challenge progress, different currencies, etc.
Dude, I forgot about the furniture. That's like the buffs and the perks for your ship is like, oh, you want to do an increased amount of damage or something? Let me put a new chair. Like, that's how they do it.
Now, I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't get repetitive, because it does. But the thing is that I don't feel like I'm just doing the same things over and over. Somehow it always feels a little different, and I always have a different goal in mind when setting sail. I actually just finished the main story quests in World Tier 1, finally making my way to World Tier 2 for the first time, only to be greeted with a surprise more main quests, only available in World Tier 2. Not to mention, I upgraded my first ship to the max level. This little baby pirate's all grown up. It's just perfect for my ADHD brain. It's just carrot after carrot, and I get to choose which carrot I want to chase. All of them. It's the secret. I usually chase all of them. At this point, I've nearly defeated every boss and megafort in the game, but happening upon them for the first time was always fun.
See, he says it scratches his ADHD brain. My ADHD brain makes me just like, not enough dopamine. I'm bailing. I'm going back to that other game. Like, that's what it does to me, is it makes me fall off of these games. But I guess some people have an ADHD brain that it keeps them hooked, because it's like, ooh, piece of little candy. Maybe I'm spoiled and I want more from my games. But then again, maybe I don't have an ADHD game when it comes to, or brain when it comes to gaming. Because I love games that are a lot slower and more immersive too, like KCD2. I don't think a lot of ADHD gamers are putting a ton of hours into KCD2, you know? I don't know.
And kept that feeling of discovery alive. Like there was always something new waiting for me. I'll never forget the first time I saw a rogue wave in the deep ocean. My crew started yelling, I started panicking. I knew I pooped my pants. Sure, soon I'll have technically beaten most of the unique things at least once. Therefore, I'll be repeating them after that. But that's okay. I haven't quite hit that loop yet, and I have over 50 hours of playtime, and even when I do, I'll have a reason to do them again with different ways to approach them. I haven't touched on all the different ships in the game yet, but I will. And that's a big way to really change your gameplay experience. Now, I think I'm probably a little behind progression-wise versus how much time I played, but it's proof of how much fun I'm having. I've just been playing for the fun of it, doing whatever tickles my fancy at the time, without following any guides or having any prior knowledge, and playing all of it completely solo. You can have a group of up to 4 pirates, but I've been out on the seas with only my own devices. And I don't feel like I missed out. Would it be more fun if I had some friends to play and squad up with? Yeah, probably. But to me, any game is just...
And finding friends to play this with you is tricky. There's not a lot. There's not a lot, you know? I'm sorry, but this type of UI just makes me feel nauseous. It feels like I'm playing a cheap Chinese mobile game knockoff of Black Flag. It says real serious with the super chat. I think... Yeah, the UI is one component where it burns me out, and I get, I don't know, it's just too busy. It's way too busy. With a game like this, why do you need friends? Dude, it's like with Suicide Squad. I've told the story 1,000 times, but dude, with Suicide Squad, I wanted to grind that out with friends, like a full party, and I offered to buy Suicide Squad for my friends from college to play through the whole game with me. It's like, I will buy you the game if you just grind it out with me. And they said no. They were like, nah, I'm good. And it's kind of similar to Skull and Bones. It's like, hey, dude, I'll buy it for you. That's okay. No need. I'm busy that day. I haven't told you what day it is, though. I'm going to be busy. Trust me, I won't be available. I promise you. In a year, won't be available that day.
Better playing with friends. The key thing is I don't think it takes away from my experience. Sure, there are some events and bosses in the game that require you to have more than one person, usually because it's specifically balanced as a group activity, but all I have to do is look at it, hold a button, and it'll send out a call for help to everyone in the server. Although I gotta admit, I just did my first run of the new Megafort that was added in year 2.
donated $10 through Super Chat.
Still looks pretty good.
Pirate Yakuza for the win. Would much rather play that masterpiece of insanity.
Dude, that masterpiece of insanity is right, Kane. Pirate Yakuza, what is it? It's Pirate Yakuza Pirates in Hawaii. I don't remember the full title. Yeah, that one is an acid trip. Like, it is just crazy. Like, it's one of those, like, have you ever played a game or like watched a movie? Maybe is a better example. You watch a movie and you're like kind of falling asleep while you watch it, and so your brain then takes the story and then extrapolates it in a dream realm. So you dream a lot of things in the movie that didn't happen, but your brain is like tying together dialogue and stuff that it's hearing from the show or movie into your dream version of it, and it's even more insane. That's Pirate Yakuza. That's the entire game. It's like that dream altered delirious insanity. That's Pirate Yakuza. It's just ridiculous. It's insane. Like 1 minute they're having a serious conversation about, you know, this child and his role within the world with a father who's past his prime and has a drinking problem. And then the next moment there is literally a dance number taken straight out of a Broadway musical, and they're all singing and dancing around the ship. It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
To Season 2, and I was smiling like a little kid for a couple minutes there, I won't lie. You queue up and they get match made into their biggest activity yet. You face this behemoth of a base, but not alone. You can match with up to 20 players, and it's just awesome seeing it all in action. It's like Avengers Assembly. And shout out to the guys playing the heal and support ships or belts. You're the goats. I should also note that in this open world, there is PvP. However, it's toggleable. So if you're looking for trouble, you can flag yourself, but most people are only flagged for PvE, myself included. Note, though, that from what I can tell, open world PvP, there's not a lot of stakes. You can just get into some fun gunfights with people. If you die, you drop some of your cargo, but it's the same as if you were to die to PvE. You just sail back and pick it up. The person who killed you can't steal your stuff, if that makes sense. So some might say, well...
Which is funny because it's a pirate game.
Then what's the point? Fair, I get just for the fun of it. Although they recently added the first PvP dedicated mode to the game called Death Tides. I've only played once, and I'm going to look more into once I get towards in-game and PvP-specific builds. There's also certain events that occur in the world that will toggle you to PvP for that specific event. So for instance, there might be a legendary treasure map that appears, and 2 people can choose to fight over it, trying to be the first to grab the map and sail to the treasure's destination first. Though, admittedly, the majority of the PvP events are vacant. I think some of them don't give enough incentives for players who have already done a lot to do them again, or as a newer player, you're almost guaranteed to be a lower level, so you're just at a disadvantage. In my 50 hours, I played a fair amount of PvP events, and only a handful of them had anybody, and it would just be one person. Although to be fair, like I mentioned, the first like 30 hours, I didn't bother because I was so low level, I just get stomped. But now that I'm now on par with levels, I actively try to get into PvP with people. I think they're doing some stuff to better incentivize those missions, though, and I think that'll be fun. I'm sure these were all way more full towards the initial launch when everyone was on more equal ground progression-wise. I'm just here for some good pirate vibes. But speaking of pirate vibes, one, there's sea shanties. So, yeah, of course I'm in.
I just can't get over how like, again, it's a pirate game, but they seemingly have stripped out a lot of the pirate mechanics as well. So it just turns into like, I don't know. It's just such a weird game.
Different pirate ships. I believe with the introduction of the game's first ever large-size ship in Year 2, Season 2, the game has a total of 14 unique ships and are adding more as time goes. Most importantly, each ship has its own playstyle. The first thing that determines this is obviously their size. You have the extra small. There's actually only one, and it's the little dinky raft you get at the start. Small, medium, and for the first time, large. Each one decides different factors such as health and defense of your ship, top speed, acceleration, turning capabilities, weapons, and the quantity of them. That's because the bigger the ship, the more gun ports. So while a small size ship might boast 1 Bombardier, a medium could fit 2. A small would have 8 cannons per side, but the newly added frigate would have 13. Then you have the classes, which mimic the classic Holy Trinity: DPS, tank, and support. Each ship also has their own unique traits and resistances. I spent most of my time playing with the medium ship called the Sandbug. It's a DPS ship that's all about fire damage. Its unique perk makes it so that when you set an enemy ship ablaze, which is a burning damage over time effect that occurs once you stack enough fire damage, it immediately triggers a massive amount of damage, lets you deal increased damage to ships that are ablaze, and most importantly, spreads to nearby ships if they're close enough. It's stupidly fun to get a bunched up group of ships, set one on fire, and see the fiery domino effect. It never gets old.
See, this is what's also funny about this is that Skull and Bones now, like they describe it as an action RPG, but based around ships and building out different version of your ships based on the furniture you have on the ship. It's very, very weird, and it's not at all what I would have thought they would do with Skull and Bones, but it goes back to his primary thesis, which is if you play Skull and Bones for what it is, you can have fun with it as like an ARPG that is just about customizing your ship. It's not actually about being a pirate. And I think that's just the small distinction that, you know, they disconnected with players over, is that a lot of players wanted it to be a pirate game, not a pirate ship game. That's the difference. Ooh, weird. I just noticed Twitch just went down. Our Twitch stream just went down. Hold on. That's funny. What did Hassan do this time? No. I'm kidding. Twitch just crapped out on us. That's crazy. That's weird. I don't know. Anyway, they thought you were running a sponsored video. Yeah, maybe. But going back to this, I won't go through like absolutely everything in the videos because I want you to still check it out and watch it yourself. There is a good amount of stuff here, empire opportunities and stuff. I do think there is a way for them to build this out into a game that people could connect with. I think it was just mismatched expectations. And then I think, again, like just at the end of the day, a lot of people thought that it was going to be a pirate game, not a pirate ship game. And so it just fundamentally is not the game that they wanted it to be. And now they're like, okay, well, never mind, you know? So I hope they can continue working on it, because of course it'd be good if they could make a comeback. I mean, imagine how freaking funny it would be if Skull and Bones actually pops off and ends up becoming like, if it was actually something that would be wildly popular and like it gets an audience and starts doing really well. It would be really funny, and I would have to give them credit for it, honestly. But still, for the triple or quadruple A advertisement didn't help either, dude. And I've said this before, but I spoke to somebody at Ubisoft who knows, okay, this person pretty high up, and they said that at that earnings call or whatever it was, Yves Guillemot had a piece of paper in front of him with all of the text on it for what he should say. This is an earnings call. This is something where investors are listening for every word or absence of words to determine whether they should move hundreds of millions of dollars in and out of your company, okay? Everything is written down, checked by lawyers, checked by the finance team. Everything is double and quadruple checked to make sure it's all exactly what it should be. And Yves is reading off of that, and apparently that line about Skull and Bones really being a quadruple A game, that was ad-libbed. He was supposed to be reading from the sheet, and that line, the quadruple A mention about Skull and Bones, was something he said off the cuff that was not approved or on the paper. And so everybody that was sitting there was just like, what did he just say? We're going to get toasted over. What was he thinking? Like, what he meant was, in terms of budget, we spent quadruple A money on this game, which was true. But that does not mean that it looks like it or plays like it. You know, it's a separate thing. It's a separate question. It was flippin' hilarious. Flippin' hilarious to see that, there was that disconnect. Like, maybe it's a language barrier. Maybe it was a language barrier, and like in French, it didn't sound as bad as it did. But man, it was a mistake. It was a mistake because it got memed into oblivion, dude. People still refer to it all the time. All the time. Absolutely ridiculous. Or did he stutter like the game? This just confirms how much out of touch he is. I think it's I think he thought, again, thinking like a lot of these corporate guys do, we spent a ton of money on this. That means it will be better. That means you will like it. And that's just not how this works. It's just not. Like, if your game costs $500 million, it doesn't mean I will like it 5 times more than the $100 million game. Like, it's not my fault that you spend so much money on it. You know, that was your fault. Now, I just want a good game. If you make a good game for $1 billion, cool. I'll buy it because it's good. If you made it for 50 million, I'll buy it because it's
The
good.
Distinguished Dragon donated $20 through Super Chat. I've been watching Mr. Fruit since 2016. It makes me really
cool.
happy to see you react to his video, even if you have a hard time getting into it.
Oh no, you're fine. Thank you for the 20. That's very generous. But I guess, Jacob, this can be what you stitch on to the end of that video. So to wrap all of this up, I appreciate the video offering a fresh, honestly, very fresh perspective on Skull and Bones. And I quite obviously, there are people that are having fun with it. You can load into Skull and Bones, and there are players in your lobbies and in the servers. I don't know how many players they have. I don't know how, like, successful it's been. Probably, like, I don't think it's turned a profit, certainly, but there are people in it that are enjoying it. And I think this video represents why some of those people are enjoying it. Does that mean I will like it? I've tried it. It's not currently for me, but I think it could get to that point if they continue to make some of these improvements that they've already talked about making. I think they definitely could get there if they just made it Black Flag online. I don't know if they can make a game that currently is a pirate ship game into a pirate game, but I think they're trying. And I think that if they get the timing right, it actually could be pretty cool because they will have Black Flag remake. Players will play that, be like, this is awesome. I forgot how much I love pirate stuff. And then they can provide this pirate experience over here that I think could scratch an itch people didn't even realize they had outside of like Sea of Thieves or something. So I think it could be successful in that pursuit, but it's you know, they have a lot of work to do. They have a lot of work to do for sure. But I'm glad to hear somebody, you know, just come out and say that they're having fun with it. Even if it's not popular, even if it's not, you got to respect it a good amount, you know, for somebody to just be like, hey, honestly, I like it. We ran into people who said and came out and were like, hey, honestly, I really like Suicide Squad. They came out and said that. And honestly, I respect it. As long as you're like, this is why I like it. This is the gameplay. This is what I'm connecting with. And this is what I like. I can respect that. It's like some of those guys we saw on launch day who were like, yeah, if you don't like or Suicide Squad, you're just a brokey. Like, that's when we get to make fun of you because you're not actually, you know, defending or arguing it. You're just complaining in a more clever way, but still. Let's see. Do I have time for this? I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm really excited to see what they do with it. And it's always fun to revisit Skull and Bones and see where it's at. Because it is just fascinating. It's fascinating, you know. Absolutely crazy. Technically, Skull and Bones is trending up to 1,600 people on Steam. Dude, that's actually kind of more than I would have thought. Because most of the players, at least anytime I've ever done an iTried video or something on it, most of the players, like probably 80-90% of them, are on console. So seeing 1,600 on Steam is actually kind of surprising, honestly. Because that makes me think, are they at like 10-15,000 players concurrent across everything? If they're actually up there, like, it's actually not doing terribly, you know? I don't know. Do you consider any game on the market to be quadruple A? Maybe Baldur's Gate 3, Red Dead 2? I don't know. I think it's a reach. It depends on what you mean by quadruple A, Cheetah Duck. The problem with saying that, and what Eve didn't consider, I think, is that when you say quadruple A, he meant it in terms of budget. Most people, when they hear AAA or quadruple A, they think quality. So AAA, people have a certain idea for what scale, scope, quality it should be. They're not thinking about the dollars it costs to get there. They just think, okay, basically with that budget, you should be able to achieve this level of quality. For Eve, he was just talking about budget. He's like, yeah, we've spent like hundreds of millions of dollars on this. So it's quadruple A. That's what he was thinking of. So it depends on what you mean. Are there games that could be considered quadruple A on the market today in terms of budget? 1000%. Probably every Call of Duty, Fortnite, Roblox, those games are all they're probably quintuple A. I mean, they're freaking gigantic. Those games have billions spent on them like every year or two. Like, it's absolutely outrageous.
Sully donated £9.99 through Super Chat. I know I am late to the party, but Co33 is an amazing game, but so challenging. I'll admit I had to drop the difficulty. If it doesn't win the music awards, there's something definitely rigged.
Dude, for real, the music in Expedition 33 is so good. I still listen to the soundtrack pretty regularly when I'm working on stuff. I just put it on in the background. It's so good. As for the difficulty, thankfully they do have difficulty scalers with it, because I know some people struggle with the parry stuff. I will say the parrying, especially with some of those end game boss, like challenge bosses, especially, no spoilers, but in Renoir's place, if you know, you know, gets tricky. There's an 8-hour OST for Expedition 33 on YouTube. Listen to the entire thing across a few days. Yeah, dude, it's so good. It's on Spotify too if you want to listen to it in the car. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's so good. I don't speak French, but I wish I did. It's so good. It's so good. Okay. Should we talk about this? I kind of want to see it. Okay. New segment. Dude, they're finishing.
I forgot to turn off the filter.
They're finishing my deck right now. Doing the clear coat, whatever on it, the stain to seal it in. It's looking good. It's looking pretty good. Ooh, babe. I'm here for it. Okay. Let's do this. You haven't got a case for your phone? No, I do have one. I took it out earlier in the stream because I wanted to show how thin it is. Because I both want to protect it, but it's also, this case makes it so chunky that I'm like, do I dare? It's also, I'm one of those guys that uses their Android phone with the swipe navigation. I don't use the buttons at the bottom. So I you swipe up from the bottom to go home. You swipe from the left or right side to go back, that type of thing. But this case is so girthy, the OtterBox one, that you can't actually get your thumb to the right angle to swipe to go back. So it's just frustrating enough. I don't know. First world problems. Anyway.
News segment. Oh God, why is it so high pitched? What happened? Why do I sound like that? New pitch? No.
Hello? Oh God.
Hello? What is happening? I can't turn the knob.
That's okay.
Well,
I knew GoXLR was gonna die randomly, so it might be starting. Let's do this. Go back down there. This is my pirate software voice. Do you want to hear it?
Guys, I made a game that runs on a refrigerator. You want to see it?
Okay, let's do this. Okay.
New segment.
This is a video from Repadusky. I'm not sure. Either way, it sounds fun to say. This video is simply titled Uncharted Has to Be Naughty Dog's Secret Game. Now, if you're not aware, there is a game that Naughty Dog is working on besides Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet, and we don't know what it is. We don't know. We do know a couple of tidbits about it, specifically the people who are still working on it, who are at the studio, who previously directed stuff and are in the upper echelons of Naughty Dog's leadership team. So we know that they're working on something, specifically with vets of the Uncharted series. And we do know that Naughty Dog's internal plans have changed a lot For 5 years, they were working on a multiplayer game in the form of The Last of Us Online that got canned and walked away from. So a lot of people are wondering if some of the previous commitments and stuff they made, specifically to not go back to Uncharted, maybe that's been changed. Maybe they changed their mind on that. This video, short little video from Repodusky. I'm excited to see what he has to say because, as it's titled, it has to be Naughty Dog's secret game. I wonder. Let's see.
Has always come with Naughty Dog's place in the industry is one that has always come with challenges. Despite a run of games that have in every instance shaken the medium, the studio remains in the most unique version of their success to date. Success that many...
Shout out to that edit saying it shakes the industry while the building collapses. I see what you did there. That was clever. That's good. I like that. It's also, I mean, it's got to be tough being Naughty Dog where every game comes out and the expectations are just so stupid high. It's got to be stressful.
Studio remains in the most unique version of their success to date. Success that many are waiting for them to channel into the public yet again. The beginning of a new era where it's never been more important that they move the industry needle. A needle that many are trying to push in the opposite direction. 13 years ago, Naughty Dog was continuing to thrive off the brand-altering success of Uncharted 2 Among Thieves. Its massively anticipated sequel, Uncharted 3 Drake's Deception, was just around the corner amidst their entire studio having climbed their way to a new level of mainstream attention. Games with film-like storytelling mixed with gameplay to match were still only a beautiful secret to those who happened to stumble upon the Uncharted series in the beginning stages of the PlayStation 3. The franchise's DNA would later go on to create the entire blueprint of much of modern PlayStation's output. If you played Drake's Fortune the day it came out, you waited less than 2 years for its follow-up. In a combined 4 years...
Jesus, dude. Yeah, it used to be so quick. The other one we pointed to was with Rocksteady. They made Arkham Asylum in 2009. Arkham City came out in 2011. Like, they pumped that out in 2 years. It's outrageous. They just casually pumped out like a masterpiece like it was nothing. But that's how it used to be, man. You used to be able to pump out AAA games that quick. It was just absolutely outrageous. 53 nights. We need AI to speed up game development. That's the fix. Yeah, we finally figured it out.
Years to get your hands on an expertly crafted trilogy. It has now been almost 5 years since the launch of The Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah.
One real pandemic in...
Now it's been over 5 years. Because it was June 10th, maybe? That sounds right. June 10th of 2020 is when it came out. Yeah, over 5 years, man. 5 years and still nothing. And during that time, I mean, 2019, it was understood they had started working on the online game, The Last of Us Online, and then they only canceled it last year. So they worked on it for like 5 years and canned it. Pumped out a lot of remakes and remasters during that time, though.
One far more interesting fictional one later, Naughty Dog finds themselves in the same headspace they were in 13 years ago, developing and releasing their first new IP since 2013. And in addition to Intergalactic, something else. Naughty Dog was known for developing one game at a time up until The Last of Us was accidentally revealed in a London bar on launch night of Uncharted 3. 11/1/11. A date that would precede their biggest risk yet. Naughty Dog was no stranger to the now defunct Spike Video Game Awards, however a new game reveal would...
Yeah, people forget that's where Jeff got his start, was the Spike Game Awards.
...typically be over a year out. Uncharted 3 had a single month of shelf life before they would reveal The Last of Us. And still, despite an oncoming undead fatigue at the time, Naughty Dog's credibility built over those last 4 years carried into the early reception for the reveal. The trailer spoke for itself as shown by the comments. The internet was a far more innocent place than it has grown to be. When it's time for these renowned studios to launch a new IP, their entire existence becomes a proving ground. A success like Uncharted Drake's Fortune or The Last of Us usually means they go on to create within that success for long periods of time. Creating a sequel...
Yeah, but haven't you heard how much money live service can make? Dude. So much money. Yeah, making great games is good, blah, blah, blah. But money, though.
And additive content is something they know people will show up for, as they have already achieved that investment. And each time they have pushed the boundaries of what character development can look like in their medium, sinking people deeper into that investment. While this instance of a new IP by way of Intergalactic is similar to what happened in 2011, the scope of it today is far different. 2011 Naughty Dog had everyone in their favor, but the bolder your stories become, the more likely your audience is to shift in different directions. The challenges of a modern Naughty Dog are ones with a microscope on them at all times. Regardless of technical prowess, there will always now be something to prove. To portions of the consumer base, you are only as good as your last game. Settling into success isn't an option. Contrary to popular belief,
but to a certain extent, I think that Naughty Dog is in a spot where, you know, the old joke is there's no such thing as bad press. I think, you know, Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet will have more eyes on it than anything they've had before. Well, Last of Us Part 2 was crazy. I guess once they have actual gameplay reveals and stuff, we'll be able to tell. But both positive and negative, fans and haters, there will be a lot of eyes on Intergalactic. And I mean, I think that they're already aware of it, because if you don't remember, Intergalactic here on their official PlayStation page, or was it the Naughty Dog page? No, they re-enabled it. Okay, this is interesting. Discovery made. Initially on the PlayStation version of the trailer, they had the likes and dislikes disabled. You couldn't see any. You couldn't even upvote or downvote. They just had likes and dislikes disabled. But now they've added it back in after the initial reveal. That's interesting. I think it was the PlayStation. It was either the PlayStation upload or the Naughty Dog upload. But I think it was the PlayStation one. That's interesting. But yeah, for sure, because I remember we talked about it. When they first dropped this trailer, they had it disabled. And I think it was pretty indicative of how they were braced for the reaction, you know. Just because it's Naughty Dog. I mean, I don't think the trailer was like upsetting or anything. I personally think the trailer was just like not a very good trailer for introducing a new IP to the world. But I think, like I told you, next to nothing about what the game actually will be. But the fact that they were so braced for hate that they had likes and dislikes disabled, I think was pretty telling, you know, pretty telling. What? The NG trailer has no comments. Oh, are the comments still disabled? Hold on, I haven't looked. They sell hair as a separate DLC. I feel like Will Smith will slap me for making fun of her. Oh my god, dude, some of these comments are unbelievable. Dude, like, what the hell? This one's kind of fun. This game is going to make $1 concordillion. Wow. That's pretty funny. Wait, so you're saying the Naughty Dog upload doesn't have comments enabled yet? Yeah, you're right. They turned off comments on the Naughty Dog upload. Interesting. Why not just why not just use the plugin for the dislikes? In my experience as a YouTuber, that plugin, the Chrome plugin that adds the dislikes back in, is very off. Like, in my experience, it's sometimes off by as much as like 50-60%. Like, if it says that it has 100,000 downvotes, it might actually have like 50,000. It doesn't actually have access to the data of dislikes. What it does is it looks at how many people have the extension and press the downvote button, and then it extrapolates from that, estimating a certain percentage disliked, and so then it extrapolates. But in my experience, it's pretty off. So the plugin, I wouldn't rely on that. But yeah, who knows? Either way, I think it's indicative that they know that there's a lot of the gaming community that don't like them, that are keeping a close eye on them.
Naughty Dog's fan base is not as big as the internet would want you to believe, but it doesn't mean it isn't loud. Still, in 2024, there is a part of the consumer base blissfully ignorant of leaks or anything that got them into their current position in the industry. The division didn't start with The Last of Us Part 2. It started with Uncharted 4. In order for Uncharted to end in the place that it did, it required a pivot of tone. Tone that came with the loss of industry titan Amy Hennig. While Amy's exit was not due to a need for a tone pivot, it resulted in a justified worry for a franchise that up until this point had not missed a note. Nathan Drake had become one of the industry's most beloved characters, as is evident in the numbers Uncharted 4 went on to do. The story behind the development of Drake's finale will likely never see the light of day, but the parts of it that remain a mystery will continue to live in a list of reasons Naughty Dog catches slack from corners of their fanbase. When one part of a fandom finds something negative to latch onto, there will never be unity within it again. There now exists a counterbalance that will never stop pushing.
Well, but here's one dangerous thing that I've seen creep up over the last 6 months. Because there was specifically, there were a handful of videos and articles that came out discussing the stuff that went down during the development of Uncharted 4 and how Amy Hennig was pushed out and all this. And all of this has been known for a very long time, but it's been popularized in recent months and even years by some videos that bring it up. And they specifically bring it up in response to The Last of Us Part 2's negative reaction and the community's negative reaction towards it. And then also Neil Druckmann specifically is that he's got a lot of haters. And so it paints this picture where it's like, ooh, he pushed out Amy Hennig and he's the reason why she was booted out and he stole Uncharted from her. Back when Uncharted 4 launched, as he just showed, it did 18 million units. Like, it sold very well. It was really well received. Game of the Year nominee and everything. All of this stuff only really kickstarted once The Last of Us Part 2 came out and got bashed. And especially with the show and with some of the other stuff that Neil has done, where he's managed to kind of piss off both sides of the political extremes. And I don't think he's responded super well to the online feedback and stuff. So I think that there's a bunch of reasons for it, but I think it's really easy for us to mix up timelines and assume that the community around the time of Uncharted 4 was really upset over Amy Hennig being booted out. The game still sold freakishly well and was reviewed really, really well. People really liked it. The primary complaint was that Act 3 really dragged on, which it did. It got really repetitive, but they also basically made this game in about 2 years. So it's not that shocking that there were some kinks in it as well. But I think that we just have to be careful not to mix and match timelines and think that because right now gamers are acting a certain way towards Neil or towards Amy or towards Uncharted or whatever, Naughty Dog in general, it wasn't always that way. It's a fairly modern outlook on Naughty Dog. And whether or not it's indicative of the actual fan base is a separate question. There's a lot of people raging against Neil Druckmann, who I don't think have ever played a Naughty Dog game in their lives. I think that is a fact of it. There's a lot of Naughty Dog players that are upset with Neil and feel like he's kind of butchered, let's say, The Last of Us, beaten it. Insert golf joke here. I don't know. There's plenty of people who are actual fans that also feel the same way, but a lot of the most vocal hate I've noticed are coming from outlets or individuals that don't play these kinds of games anyways.
And that comes with success in any medium. Legacy, when you break it down, is just a series of accolades with days, weeks, or years of trial and error in between each one. But there are always groups of people who only care about what they perceive to be the errors. From that point on, pressure is applied to what comes next from the creator in completely more aggressive ways. In Naughty Dog's case, this has consumed the conversation and created unneeded split. But there are always ways to mind the gap. It isn't breaking news that Naughty Dog is working on an additional secret project. Back when Factions 2 was cancelled, it was stated that they have more than one ambitious new single-player game they are working on and that they look forward to sharing more. There just happens to be a little bit more detail now. Neil Druckmann on a recent podcast shared that he was serving as more a mentor / producer role on the second game. In addition to that, it's rumored that the person leading the game is none other than Sean Eskai. Sean is no stranger to Naughty Dog's mark of quality people expect. He came from an animation background and was Neil's cinematographer and lead cinematic animator on The Last of Us. He went on to direct Uncharted: The Lost Legacy alongside longtime Naughty Dog lead Kurt Marganow. Neil
And this Lost Legacy is such an interesting thing because it was their first spin-off project, smaller in scope, smaller in budget, smaller in price point as well. But their goal was basically to ramp up Naughty Dog into a 2-team studio so that they could work on The Last of Us Part 2 and another game at the same time, and that they'd kind of be able to cycle through this and pump games out faster. That was the idea. A lot of other studios were trying the same thing around the same time. And then my understanding is that with The Last of Us Part 2, they basically went all hands on deck to finish it because it just got so big that they needed everybody. But now it looks like they've splintered off again and are doing that once more. So they have a guy, the rumor is, again, that it's basically the guys behind Lost Legacy that are working on this secret project.
Neil acted as head of narrative development and oversaw the game. However, in addition to directing, Sean also wrote The Lost Legacy alongside Josh Scher, another Naughty Dog heavy hitter, now alumni. In the spirit of PlayStation's first-party studios being bred to make games of this quality over time, this is what it's all about. If Sean is leading Naughty Dog's next game, it's the right choice. It's been earned. The question then becomes, what is it? It's out of the realm of possibility that a second team would be working on an additional new IP. Naughty Dog is far too careful with the introduction of new worlds that the idea of juggling a second one, even if Neil Druckmann oversees it, feels
what a deep cut to find
unrealistic. Especially considering
That's how you know he's played these games, is if you know of the taunt animation juggle for Elena. Like that's a deep cut. That's a deep cut. I agree with this. I don't think they would have 2 new IP in the works at the same time. I agree. I think though the thing is, they've said that they are putting Uncharted to rest. They've said that. Whether or not that actually is true is another question, because one of the things people complain about Naughty Dog a lot is that they will intentionally lie to the public if they think it preserves a cool reveal, like lying and showing a trailer that has Joel talking to Ellie when she turns around and says, "What are you doing here? What the hell are you doing here?" or whatever. And then he says, "You think I'd let you do this on yourself or by yourself?" And that scene is not in the game. It's Jesse in that position, but it was shown as Joel in the trailer because they wanted you to think that he made it to Seattle with Ellie. And so they just like straight up lied in the trailer for the sake of preserving the reveal, you know? So it's not impossible that they would say, we're done with Uncharted, and then do another Uncharted. And I mean, the obvious thing is they said they were done with Uncharted, and then they did Lost Legacy like a year later. So they literally were not done with it. And there's another little tidbit here as well. I wonder if he's going to show it. I don't know if I can find it. It's like a PlayStation Studios trailer. I wonder if this is it. This, yeah. There was a PS5 trailer or ad that dropped, and it was a quick shot within the trailer that, you know, blink and you miss it kind of thing. But it was this shot right here specifically, and it's never been explained. It's never been, like, we don't know what this game is, if this game was even real, if it's just like stock footage, like, we don't know. But it seems to show a young girl, it appears blonde. It's kind of hard to tell from the lighting, but it appears blonde. And this works because it very well could be another Uncharted game with Nate's daughter, who of course we see at the end of Uncharted 4. So as you can see, also announcing she'd be joining Naughty Dog, Christina Marie Drake, McBrearty, said it was special to be building future teams for not only new titles, but for the legacy of Uncharted. A job listing late last year also said that a new internal development team at Sony was co-developing a game with Naughty Dog on a beloved franchise. Okay. Last April, a recruiter at the studio seemingly hinted that Sony could be planning for future Uncharted releases. This is back in 2022. They're building future teams for not only new titles, but for the future of Uncharted. So it very well could be that 3-4 years ago they started hiring for this, and that they are working on another Uncharted game at the same time. And that's what this project is, the secret project.
Even if Neil Druckmann oversees it, feels unrealistic, especially considering Intergalactic is the first new IP from the team in over 12 years. As such, the clear step forward is the continuing of Uncharted, which has been dormant since 2017. It has been almost 10 years since we were in that world.
Don't tell me that, dude. And that was a spin-off. That was a small spin-off project. It's been 9 years since Uncharted 4. Dude. It's upsetting. It's upsetting. I'm officially upset now. I'm actually upset. Actually upset. I'm old. Yep. I think it's official. I think it's official now. You are old. Yeah, dude, I feel it. Yeah, because Uncharted 4 was 2016. So it'd have been like 18, 19. I don't remember exactly when it launched. Was it May or was it like August? I don't remember. But yeah, I was like 18, 19 years old. That's upsetting. That's upsetting.
Revisiting it feels right in the context of the studio's current standing. There is no doubt that Sean Eskai and the second team could create a compelling new IP, but creating an entire new world with its own rule set is a lot to manage amongst another. Revisiting Uncharted can mean a couple things. You can either go forward or backward. It has been long rumored Sony has wanted to get a Drake's Fortune remake off the ground. Sean happens to have also been creative director on the Last of Us Part 1 remake. As much experience as you need to be the chosen one to take on another remake. One which would inevitably lead to the following 2 games in the trilogy receiving the same treatment. While many would...
Does a remake of Uncharted Drake's Fortune, like, does that make sense though? It's 8 hours long, basically. It's... I don't know, man. I think it's more likely they do like a Lost Legacy thing, but with Nathan's daughter.
Would consider this more of Naughty Dog wasting time. It could be the right stepping stone to getting Nathan Drake's story in the hands of a new generation, which in turn is where you can then move forward with what happens post Uncharted 4. Plus, all Naughty Dog's modern games would be in visual parody. Sequels and new IP would be the only move. Continuing Uncharted beyond Drake's story has been a sensitive subject since it came to a close in 2016. The conclusion of A Thief's End is so well done that the idea of seeing anything beyond it is borderline uncomfortable to think.
I mean, again, look at this. So this is Cassie in the in the end of Uncharted 4. And these, where is it? These are the shots from that trailer, from that PlayStation 5 ad that as of right now, again, has never been claimed. Nobody knows. Everything else in that trailer, as far as I can remember, had to do with an IP. It was like a reference to God of War, reference to Horizon, reference to this, reference to that. To this day, we still don't know what this was a reference to. Like, I don't think it's impossible. I really think, like, as time has gone on, like, it very well could be that this is Cassie in, you know, an upcoming Uncharted game or something.
Well done that the idea of seeing anything beyond it is borderline uncomfortable to think about. However, even 9 years ago, it was clear as day that Cassie Drake is set up to be the continuation of Legacy, should Naughty Dog choose to pursue it. She is her father's daughter. The issue becomes that another studio cannot continue Uncharted unless that studio is comprised of former Naughty Dog developers and writers. Uncharted's character.
Well, I believe. Wait, no, it was Sony Bend. They were working on, I think it was a new IP, but there was reporting that they had been helping with some unannounced, unrevealed Uncharted game, and then I think it was Blue Point was working on a God of War live action game. Am I getting that right? Or live service. I believe that's what it was, but it's been a minute since I read those articles. But yeah, there was talks of them helping with something, but I mean, I think Uncharted is so special to Naughty Dog, they'd want to keep their hands on it primarily for big releases. But that's another question. If they're going to do a game with Cassie, is that something you want to treat as a small spin-off game, or do they want to kickstart like a new trilogy and put a lot of weight behind it? I don't know.
Writing sits among the greats, and Sean has shown he understands why and how that is. Naughty Dog's games and IP are far too high-end to pass off to another studio. That talent doesn't just exist everywhere. Golden Abyss was able to work because it was a handheld game. While a great game, it launched 3 months after Drake's Deception with the gameplay of Drake's Fortune. In most situations, should Uncharted be passed on, it would be an obvious step down if developed by anyone else. Which is why the second game being developed alongside Intergalactic is most likely Uncharted, remake or sequel. Sean and the team have the tools and the know-how to do it right. Many think the idea of Cassie being a treasure hunter would be a disservice to the messaging of greed and what it can cause that Uncharted 4 so well conveyed. How could Nathan Drake in any world allow his daughter to suffer in his footsteps? If the sequel followed real time, as the games always felt like they generally did, Cassie would be in her early 20s by now. Regardless of Drake's parenting ability, she's going to do whatever she wants, and that's a very easy and compelling way to continue this series. Cassie may not want her achievements to solely live in her father's shadow. Some people need to create their own legacy, and one's not going to hear all those amazing stories and not seek their own adventure. If that's not what Uncharted is all about, then what is?
Or they'll introduce it. It's really sad. He's no longer with us. It's a really tragic golfing accident. And then she's like, I have to finish his last hunt, his last search for treasure. We're gonna find the Ark of the Covenant and bring him back. Dude, honestly, I'd find that funny. I'd be down for that. They're just like, yeah, let's just go for that. Why not? It wouldn't be insane to me if they had him dead. Not in a golfing accident. That would be a little on the head. But I think if they were to shake it up and maybe it's like, hey, Nathan died and now she's trying to find how to continue his legacy or something, there's something they could do there. Or you just freaking have him show up as like an actual cameo or something. And you know, she goes out and you play the whole game and it's like 80% of the way through and then Nathan shows up out of nowhere. There's all sorts of things you could do with that. Will there be a muscle mommy? Well, if Neil's involved, absolutely. But if he's just consulting and doing like sort of mentorship stuff, as he said that he's doing with it, probably not, because that seems to be a Neil thing primarily. Seems to mainly be a Neil thing, you know. It reminds me. Hold on, wait, what was it? I saw a clip. It makes me think of Neil Druckmann all the time. With Shane Gillis, was this it? I think this might be it.
Oh my God. But no, this lady was dancing. She was
stop whipping.
But then, what the fuck? Armpit hair got me. I was into it. I was all in.
That's hilarious.
Armpit hair got me.
That's hilarious. Armpit hair doesn't bother me at all.
No.
Doesn't
On
bother
a lady?
me.
So
No.
wait, you like jack ladies with armpit hair?
Yeah, a little bit of
You're
armpit
getting
hair.
close, dude. You're so close.
Every time I hear that, I think of Neil with his muscle mommies. It's like, you're getting close, dude. Oh, Neil. Anyway, let's finish this out.
The beginning of a new Uncharted saga would also benefit from starting from a lighthearted place like it did back in 2007. Who better to orchestrate that than the person who managed to pull exactly that off in the most recent entry? The Lost Legacy had the mastered gameplay mechanics of Uncharted 4 and felt infused with the spirit of Amy Hennig. It featured set pieces that rival the franchise's best. Ultimately, they managed to deeply expand upon the life and personalities of Chloe Fraser and Nadine Ross, while still making sure it didn't forget where it came from. Uncharted has way too many unexplored characters to start somewhere completely fresh. Much like The Last of Us isn't The Last of Us without Ellie, Uncharted isn't Uncharted without a Drake and company. Naughty Dog should always have people rising to the occasion and becoming new leads over time. It's always been that way, and it's always worked that way when done very carefully. Sean Eskai knows Uncharted, as is evident with what he accomplished with Kurt back in 2017. It's been 8 years since then. At any rate of progress, what is coming is going to meet the standard many have for the studio regardless of the risk or loss of help on Intergalactic. Progress demands sacrifice, but they know that already.
I think it is very likely that they're working on something Uncharted related. I personally hope it's not just another remake, for the love of God. I hope it's something fresh. And I think, you know, going back, I think it's Uncharted because there's been all those rumors and leaks over them potentially working on something like this one, ahead of Lost or Legacy of Thieves collection release in January. This was January of 2022. Games Radar asked Lost Legacy creative director Sean Eskai, the game director, I pressed the wrong button, Kurt Margiano, whether Naughty Dog could develop a new Uncharted game at some point. Neil had previously said they were done, but now they're asking these two guys, who right now it's expected are directing this secondary game. And back in 2022, they said, I think we can say for certain that we can never say never. Yeah, Uncharted is a franchise we love, that the studio loves, I love, and Kurt loves. It's a world we want to see more of, so I can certainly say that. So I think it's very possible. I think it's very, very possible. Yeah, I think it's very, very possible. And we know that they're continuing to double down on Uncharted stuff with the movies, with these two. There's all sorts of stuff they're still doing. And I think, you know, this still remains unanswered. Now, over 2.5 years later, we still don't know what this was a reference to. And again, maybe it is just a one-off, but they had to take the time. I believe it's live action, unless it's a really good cinematic, but I believe it's live action. They had to go to this trouble to actually like develop this and cut it. So I just think like it'd be a crazy coincidence. Be a crazy coincidence. No, I want the trailer. New promo titled Live from PS5. Can I find the full trailer just so I can show you? Is this it? Oh, the video's unavailable? Did they take it private? Dude, they did. This is the original video. And they took it private. The video's gone. What? Why would they do that? They know you're snooping, Luke. Wayback Machine? I don't think Wayback Machine will back up the video. It's just going to back up the page. The actual video's gone. And this was on like an official PlayStation thing. Huh. And see, they had other references to like Ghost of Tsushima in it. Weird. Weird. I don't know, man. That's strange. I didn't know they had taken it off. Maybe it's just, it could be that they're like, oh no, people are snooping. It could also be that they're like, people read into that way more than we thought they would. We just put a girl in a cave and said action. We didn't think anything of it. They're like, it's generic, whatever, who cares? We didn't think people would read into this much, but maybe. PlayStation Australia YouTube still has the trailer. Oh, okay. PlayStation Australia, and then it was like live on PS5, I think was the name of it. Is this it?
A gift from their favorite hero as he
Hopefully we don't get copyright struck. Let me find the specific part we're talking about. See, so it had these little snippets. Father and son stop, okay. Crash. Not Crash. Ratchet. Don't come at me. Not Crash Bandicoot. Damn it. This little knot. Okay. Okay, some racing references. Where is it? Oh, see that? So all these shots. Racing. She's walking through. It's literally blink and you miss it. It's like 6-7 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 16 frames. That's it. But this is it. Okay. 6-7 frames. Yeah. Okay. And then that. It literally is blink and you'll miss it. Blowing the dust off. But, I mean, it could be. But you see, all these others are direct references to other things, whether it be Destiny. Oh, here's another one. Whether it be Destiny or Returnal or Ghost of Tsushima or Final Fantasy. And here's the other one. 3 frames. So all the others are references to franchises. But this is one that still remains unknown. Now, what people have said is maybe it's for the reboot of Tomb Raider. Possibly, but I don't know if they would totally change up the character to like a young blonde girl. You know? Oh my God, Uncharted 4 released in 2016 and there's 16 frames. Yeah. But Cassie had glasses when she was a child. Yes, it's possible. Maybe she got LASIK. Maybe she's wearing contacts. You never know. I don't know. We're hoping right now. We're coping right now. That's what's happening here. Okay, this is cope. Okay, stop coming here with your facts and logic. Get out. I mean, I don't know. It's interesting though. It's interesting, is it not? It makes you wonder. So we'll see. I don't know, man. At this point, I would put, if I were a betting man, I'd put a few bucks on it being an Uncharted game. I'd put a few bucks on it. I think it's possible. I think it's very possible. But time will tell. Imagine though, if they come out, they get Intergalactic out, or maybe even they put out this maybe they even put out this spin-off project before Intergalactic. That's possible too. They could get it out much faster. You never know. But I think that they're working on stuff, and it very well could be that they ramp this up, because there's also rumors of a spin-off project at Santa Monica paired with the new big project they're doing. So we could go from getting nothing from these big Sony studios except remakes and remasters and secondary modes to getting several new releases from each of them within a 3 to 4 year period. So the end of this generation may be really heavy It's very possible. It's very possible. So, keep an eye on it. Can't wait to find out more. Can't wait to find out more. I want it. HL0, thank you for the membership, by the way. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Nadine versus Abby, who would win? I think... probably Abby? I think Abby's killed a lot more people than Nadine has. Nadine runs a private military company, but I think Abby has like straight up killed way more people. But I'm not sure if they've established in the lore like who's bigger or whatever. Yeah, are they allowed to choose a sports instrument or something? Have you seen the new info on the God of War Live series? Yes, yeah. I mean, it's pretty early. They have like a couple little tidbits here and there. They have like their estimated runtime and or episode run and stuff. But I don't know who they cast as Kratos. I mean, I really don't know. It's going to be interesting to see, though. A lot of eyes on him for sure. Lots of eyes on him. Okay. Okay. The Rock, please no. Please no. Jason Momoa, I don't know, man. I saw people speculating about that, but he'd have to shave his head. And do you really think Jason Momoa is going to shave his head for a role? Yeah, I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. Pedro. God damn it, dude. If they do Pedro Pascal, I'm going to lose it. Oh my God. I like Pedro as an actor. Okay? I like him as an actor. But I'm starting to get the fatigue. I'm starting to really get the fatigue. And I'm like, let's give him a break. Let him go on vacation. Give it a minute. I think we're getting to the point where it's like, it's a little much. It's like, you know, a few years ago when Chris Pratt was in freaking everything. It's like, guys, can we chill? Zendaya. Or, no, what's his name? Tom Holland. He plays Kratos. I'm Kratos. That's my Tom Holland impression. Kratos. I'm a misunderstood youth. I could see him as Atreus. That wouldn't be the most insane casting. That would be fine, I think. Danny DeVito as Kratos. Yeah, that Nick Cage. He's already losing his hair. You don't have to shave much of it. And I think that would be, you know, he'd give it his all. He'd give it his all. I really think he would. No! No, Odin, no! It's Odin with the crows. No, dude. Now I kind of want to see this. Hold on. Create an image. Make a Nick Cage as Kratos cosplay. Sometimes it does this really well. Sometimes it's really bad. That doesn't look anything like Nick Cage. Okay. Do you know? Now do it with Nicolas Cage. I don't think it knows who Nick Cage is. Come on. Okay, that's pretty close. that's not bad. That's better. That's closer. Honestly, it could work. Hold on. This is the one I'm really interested in. Dude, sometimes the grok The Grok image generation stuff is just not very good. No, that's not going to do it. Let me do a new one, a brand new one. Okay, let's try this. Let's try one more. Let's try one more. It's just gonna be Bella Ramsey. Okay, no, as Kratos. Oh my god. Oh my god. Gotta do everything myself. Every time. Hold on. Here we go. My goodness. This will be worth it. I swear. Wait, are you human? Yes, I'm human. Gotta log in. Check your email. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Why does it have to be this difficult? Why can't you just let me log in? Oh my god, dude. Well, I thought this would be easy, but it's turned out it's not. It's turned out it's not. So there's that. Okay. Well, I guess we're not going to get to see Bella Ramsey as Kratos, unfortunately. Sorry. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. It's too bad. We don't get to fly that close to the sun. I was going to try to use Midjourney, but I don't remember if I don't think I even have Midjourney anymore. I think I canceled it a while back. I used it for Jesus. I used it for D&D for a bit. For like making like backgrounds, like of forests and stuff. But Lucas, does Luke like video games? No, hate him. Thank you for the 20 months. Yeah. Did you see the new Mafia thing? Yeah. I think we'll do one more big recap of Mafia before launch, where we kind of run through everything, and catch up on all the latest and greatest, because there's been a few more updates. The one thing with that is I'm at the point where I'm like, I'm interested in Mafia. I want to see Mafia. I want to play Mafia. But any more marketing stuff, I'm worried I'm just going to get stuff spoiled. So I'm trying to like not go too deep into it, because I don't want to have anything spoiled, you know? I'm at that point. Let's see. Ghost of Yotei developer interview. Yeah, I do have that. I'm not sure if we have time though, because I have a couple. There's been a few developer interviews actually. This one from Games Radar is about a week and a half old, where they went through some of the open world stuff that they want to do. There's this one from 4 days ago, doing lingering questions about Ghost of Yotei, and kind of their goals with it. And so we could go through this. There's a few of them, but I think, you know, realistically, I don't think we have time today. I think we got to do it on Wednesday. Let's see. You got spoiled in that review, Luke. Oh, the preview thing. I'm hoping them describing the first 3 hours of the game is like only spoiling a little bit of it. I hope that there's like 15-20 hours of it, and so it's not that spoiled. If it ends up only being a 6-hour game and they spoiled half of it for that preview, I'll be pissed, but time will tell. Let's see. I caught up on that. Okay. ChatGPT does a better job. Am I logged into ChatGPT either? Well, this didn't work. It just says I can't do that. It says I can't do that because I can't use copyrighted roles. Yes. Generate a Kratos inspired image of Bella Ramsey. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. Well, everybody. I'm actually, oh, what is this? Dutch's reaction if Arthur donates $10 million to the camp. Am I the only one that like barely ever donated to the camp? It's gonna be so satisfying when it hits it. Oh.
That is what I like to see.
All right. Any problems?
Not any new ones.
Because you sure know how to make those these days.
I'm just impressed you're stringing entire sentences together.
Okay, okay. Keep your hair on.
I expected more. I expected a little bit more than that, honestly. I was ready for him to have like a special line of dialogue where he's like, "Oh my God, Arthur, what did you do?" I was hoping for something like that, but instead it's just, okay. Underwhelming. Yeah, a little bit. Granted, I don't think it's possible to make that much money in the game, so they didn't really plan for it, but still expected more. Okay. The game should just end. No, they should have it so first Dutch runs to the box, grabs it, looks inside. Oh my God. Shuts the box, looks around, and then they just have him run. And he just runs out of bounds of the map and he's just gone forever. And then the main story stops and it's just done. It's just over. That would be, I'd be down for that. Yeah. That's a little Easter egg. If you happen to like donate more than 10,000 at one point, he just leaves and the game's over. That'd be funny. Okay, everybody, we've been going for about 4-ish hours, going on 4.5 hours. So that's usually about where we cut it. It's been a wonderful, wonderful day. I appreciate the gosh darn heck out of you guys. I promise we will have bigger things to talk about soon. We're getting out of the dry spell that is July. July is always totally dead in the games industry, but we're about to get back into the swing of things. So buckle up, buckaroo. Soon we will have lots to talk about. Is Jor dead? No. Jor, as far as I know, is doing very, very well. It's just, if there is a time to take a vacation and a break, July is the time, because there's just not much to talk about. So, we will have lots more to chat about soon. Possibly doing the podcast on Wednesday, so it'll be good. Gamescom coming up as well. Yeah, and I think Jor is going to Gamescom, so we'll be able to have him record some stuff for us. It'll be good. It'll be good. Until next time, my friends, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being with me. You guys are amazing. And I'll see you very, very soon, okay? Hugs and kisses, everybody. Much love. I'll see you in a day or two. And again, if you just became a member or sub, go over to the Discord, watch the new exclusive video, okay? Much love. See you soon. Bye-bye.